Hello.
It's okay. Sorry.
We won.
To my guys. Hello.
No. I'm not going to take that one. Okay, we allowed you. Allowed you for this one. But I'm sure when it comes to applauding our speakers, giving us responses, asking questions, the ladies will come through, I'm sure.
Let's hope so. Please, distinguished guests, let's put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for getting here on time. I saw some of you get here on time, and I was really, really impressed. And I said, this is truly the way forward. The Art of Technology Lagos 2.0 yesterday was phenomenal. It was very, very engaging. We had a plenary discussion. We also had the Lagos State Governor who was here himself.
And don't forget that product launch that had been going on and on. We had the launch of Startup Lagos. I mean, last year we had the launch of the Lagos Innovation Masterplan, and look at how it has built to the launch of Lagos Startup. And it's all about having that connected Lagos, which we can achieve through data. And let's test them. What's the theme of this year's event?
Who can help us with the theme of the Art of Technology, Lagos 2.0? Anyone? Anyone? Okay, so let's do it together. Smart data.
Smarter Lagos.
Lovely. So that's exactly why we're here. So it's day 2. Today is the final day. And I can tell you that I am interested especially, I'm interested in the breakout sessions, because the breakout sessions, we're going to have breakout sessions focusing on healthcare. We know what the world is actually turning to right about now. AI, artificial intelligence, data is actually driving the healthcare system, so to say, in different parts of the world. And how can that happen in Lagos? I'm looking forward to that. We also have education.
Yes, that's what I was about to say, because just think about the pandemic, how people had to stay at home on lockdown, and yet they were still learning, homeschooling, digitized learning. So I'm looking forward to the panel on education. Who knows, maybe we'll start having robotic teachers that will just make the job easier. But whatever it is, we've seen that technology is an enabler, and we have to leverage data for us to be smarter. So I know we'll start exactly at 10 a.m., but it's good that we've got to some interaction, and we want that going throughout the day. We have keynote presentations. I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, this whole event wouldn't have been possible without the generous support and contributions from our corporate sponsors. I'm talking about Stanbic IBTC, Access Bank, and Oracle. A warm round of applause for all our corporate sponsors.
We also want to say a big thank you to our corporate partners, LSETF, not forgetting IFC, International Finance Corporation. Also, big thank you to Microsoft, Eco Innovation Center, Y Combinator, Lagos Innovates, Eco Carbon Exchange, not forgetting Office of Innovation and Technology, Verify Me, GDM Group, and of course Facebook, not forgetting the others that we'll mention in the process. We also want to say thank you to our media partners as we get ready to begin day 2. Marketing Edge, Business Day, Brand Communicator. We also have
News Central, Tech Economy NG, and Digivation. A warm round of applause for our media partners. And speaking about media, we hope you are engaging with us on social media. Hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, hashtag AOT Lagos, and hashtag Smarter Lagos. And I believe the time is 10 a.m. Warm welcome to our digital and virtual viewers. My name is Isabella Kinshare, and I have here with me
Joe Hansen, and we will be your host for day 2 of the Art of Technology Lagos 2.0. So I think we're going to start right away. Yes, it's time, and it will be the opening remark, of course, starting with the welcome address. Yes, and 5
minutes for the opening remarks. Please make welcome the Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Innovation and Technology, Mr. Tubosun Alake. Give him a warm round of applause. A warm round of applause. I believe we can do better
Please,
than
let's
that.
put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Please,
Yes.
let's do that.
Good morning. Good morning, Lagos.
Good morning.
Welcome to day 2 of AOT, Smart Data, Smarter Lagos. I want to thank every one of you that has made time out to come today. And definitely from yesterday, we saw quite a bit of what Lagos has been up to, what Lagos is preparing, how Lagos is moving our city forward to prepare ourselves for the 21st century challenges, and how some of us have the opportunity to contribute to a lot of the initiatives that we're doing. Yesterday, we awarded over 60 million to innovative startups, research initiatives across the different colleges of education and universities in Nigeria, and of course, STEM interventions in primary, secondary, and even tertiary institutions. In total, we awarded over 60 million naira to beneficiaries across Lagos. Isn't that something? Please give them a round of applause. So today we have quite a number of things in store, quite a number of distinguished speakers, people that are contributing positively to the growth of technology and innovation in Lagos State, people that are providing the funding needed to be able to move some of our projects, ideas, and dreams to the next level, and so many people that are creating value in this part of the world. So we have quite a bit in store. We also have some of the updates from the Innovation Masterplan from last year, where we are, the story so far, and some of the things that we are doing to be able to move Lagos State, raise the standard of living, and truly become a hub for innovation and technology in Lagos State. So today is another day to really see what is going on and look at the opportunities that are available. We all know there are so many problems, not just in Lagos, across the country. But engagement points like these are very, very unique opportunities for us to discuss, to collaborate, and definitely to hold hands and move Lagos State to the next level. So I want to thank you. I want to plead with you to sit tight and enjoy what we have for you in store today. Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you. Okay, so I'm being asked to do a presentation right now. Can we queue up the Innovation Master Plan presentation? Or do we have the open source presentation? Which one? So we are moving some things around in our schedule just because we have some new speakers today. As such, we've had to adjust the timing a little bit. So are we pulling up the open source presentation or the Innovation Master Plan presentation? Okay, great. So we are going to talk about the Innovation Master Plan, the story so far. AOT 1.0 was that first engagement point right after the Office of Innovation and Technology was created to be able to design, think solutions for Lagos State, and of course, to raise the level of innovation in Lagos. We realized quickly that we had a budding innovation ecosystem. Now, how were we going to leverage that ecosystem to be able to solve local problems? And when we had our AOT 1.0, we had several design thinking sessions that put together government people, innovation people, technologists, policymakers, and people across the value chain of innovation in Lagos State. And so the Innovation Master Plan was born. Next slide, please. So, the Innovation Master Plan stood on 4 main pillars. Next slide, please. Those pillars were access, infrastructure, talent, and funding. These were the 4 areas that a lot of innovators told us that, look, if we are able to solve a lot of challenges under these pillars, then we think we can get somewhere. And so, when you look at the access pillar, one of the key challenges we had in our innovation and technology market was the lack of data. I can never forget the Google conference that I went for, and a developer stood on the stage and said, why do African countries like hiding their data? And you know, that definitely challenged me, and I was like, wait a minute here. There is a very, very key benefit of making data available, not just for making data available, but for solution providers to be able to build fit-for-purpose products to solve local challenges. For instance, if there is a healthcare provider or a healthcare innovator, I'm sure some of the data points he would require will be maybe how many hospitals we have scattered across the metropolis, how many beds do we have in our hospitals, what kind of resource allocation or resource planning application can he build to be able to better manage some of our resources across our healthcare system. So data is a key component of building fit-for-purpose products. And we thought to ourselves, this is an area that we critically need to dimension solutions for. And so it became our very first major pillar. The next pillar is infrastructure. We've been talking a lot about our 6,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, right? And of course, that is a marquee project for us. I mean, even to provide the data, we need the infrastructure to be able to, for so many things, for so many solutions to sit on. Next, we have talent. To be able to, manage a lot of the things, a lot of the infrastructure we are going to put in place, we need the talent to be able to manage these things. And we have funding. This, of course, goes without saying. There needs to be a lot of intervention in the innovation ecosystem. Next slide, please. Right, and so a quick description of some of these things. For data access, building platforms for better insights for actionable data. Next slide, please. So I wanted to tell you where we are with the access pillar. One of the things that we did was the Lagos Solutions Hub, and we've received quite a number of solutions from there. I think the Solutions Hub is very important because when people were trying to submit solutions to Lagos State, one of the biggest complaints was that, oh, I don't know anybody. How am I going to get my solution to Lagos State? I have a solution that solves a particular problem. And so we thought to ourselves, we said, look, we need a platform to be able to collate and curate all of these solutions so that you don't need to know anybody before you submit a proposal or a solution. So the Solutions Hub was born. And so from there, we've received a lot of applications and proposals to addressing different issues. And we put a guarantee on the Solutions Hub that once you submit your proposal, within 48 hours, you should get a response. And I'm glad to say we've kept to that metric since we launched earlier this year. We are also doing the Open Lagos initiative, and it's engineered by 2 main projects. The Oko 360 project, we are going to talk about this a little later, and the Digital Cabinet Room. Now, these are data insight platforms that enable us to see what is happening across different sectors of the economy in Lagos, whether it's transportation data, whether it's healthcare data, whether it's housing data. Now, because this is possible because we are digitizing millions and millions of data sets. as the governor mentioned yesterday, there are files now that we are digitizing in the lands ministry. These files date back to the 1860s, right? And imagine you want to buy a plot of land in Lagos, right? You go on the platform and you see the records of the land since 1860, right? I think this is extremely significant, right? And so the Open Lagos project is digitizing millions of data sets, making those things available to both internal stakeholders and external stakeholders as yourself for streamlining engagement with government, and of course, for solution providers to be able to provide projects. The Open project is also a very key project that links into our open source project that I'll talk about a little later. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Infrastructure. We've talked a lot about this. Technical infrastructure to drive the Smart City initiative, and also to drive science and technology outcomes, raise education outcomes. And we'll see how we'll do that in the next slide, please. So where are we in infrastructure? The Metro Fiber project is a marquee project under infrastructure. 3,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable in phase 1. After less than a year, we're at kilometer 1,000. Right? Expected completion phase of phase 1 should be around Q2 2021, and we are looking forward to that. Another 3,000 kilometers in phase 2. We are currently connecting all public, primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions in the state. Imagine all our colleges of education with high-speed fiber optic connections. I mean, I cannot wait for that eventuality. And also, 1,000 kilometers of duct infrastructure has also been deployed. Now, if you are an infrastructure provider here, whether you're an MTN, whether you're a Glo, whether you're an internet service provider, and you are looking to enter into the internet service provision or infrastructure market, this concerns you because now you don't need to employ thousands of people to dig the ground anymore. You can just pass your wires underneath. So we are even democratizing the space for smaller players to enter into the infrastructure market. And I think that's very significant. Next slide, please. These are some of the pictures of our projects. I'm sure we've seen some of the multicolored cables around town. So these are some of the things that are going on currently, making sure that providing the infrastructure so you don't have to spend your hard-earned money doing this. Next slide, please. So talent, under the talent pillar, of course, we want to raise the level of technical talent in the state. We want to help increase technical education outcomes. Next slide. So what are we doing? EcoExcel, led by the Ministry of Education. So curriculum digitization and the introduction of smart devices through teacher-led training, right? What we found out is that some of the introduction of the smart devices into the experience have raised the level of literacy in our young people so far. And I think that is very, very promising. The introduction of some of these smart devices have helped young people. Of course, they are more, even the teachers most especially, I think I should talk on that. It has really helped the teachers raise the level of their interventions on their teaching experiences. And this has in turn helped the students. And of course, this is very key, our Lagos Open Source project. And this is a software development initiative that will be introducing a lot of complex civic challenges into the software development ecosystem. Because we realize that for software developers to get better, they need to work on complex projects. There are a lot of software developers, yes, they do courses, maybe take 3 months of Java, take 3 months of PHP. Yes, that's okay, but you need experience. You need to work on projects. And the Lagos State government wants to give you the projects to improve your skill sets. And we think you will be able to do that in the open source project. Next slide, please. Funding. What was our funding objective? Intervene directly in science, research, and innovation in Lagos State, raise science and research activity within the state, and increase tech startup innovations. I'm glad to say that we are well on our way on some of these objectives. Next slide, please. Right? So we ignited the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council. And for some of us that were here yesterday, you actually saw it in action when we awarded when Mr. Governor awarded some of the checks to the startups that came here. So there was a seed fund of 250 million that was committed to LASRIC, which is the name of our Science Research and Innovation Council. So far, we've disbursed over 105 million to about 16 research initiatives across the universities, UNILAG, LASU, LASPOTEC, Yaba College of Technology, deep research projects within there. And we've funded about 18 tech startups. We started funding startups as soon as COVID-19 broke, and a lot of startups came to us that they needed, they applied for funding for different COVID interventions, whether it's through the production of innovative ventilators or through the production of, or through the build of contact tracing applications and all of that. So we were quite deep in our intervention there, and we partnered with startup hubs like CC Hub and Ventures Platform. Right? Next slide, please. We also have the Lagos Innovates program at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. So far, they've distributed over 17 million in startup vouchers for startups. So if certain startups require resources to work, they need internet, they need laptops, they need certain kinds of resources, the Lagos Innovates program is there to help them in those interventions. So over 17 million distributed in startup voucher programs and 50 million in hub loan funding. This is over the course of the past year. So we've done quite a lot under our different pillars. Next slide, please. So these are some of our beneficiaries from the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council interventions. So some of the startups, if we can see that very well, we see companies like Farms to You, Dosi Healthcare, Givo. I don't know if some of you recognize some of these companies. And of course, we have some of the universities. Oh yes, Price Pali was also one of our main beneficiaries, a company innovating in food security. And then we have some of the research disbursements to the universities there. So for more information, you can go to lasric.lagosstate.gov.ng, and it has, quite the cross-section of all the beneficiaries and what the mandate of the council is about. I have 5 minutes. Okay, please, let us, next slide, please. So I quickly want to introduce something quickly, and just for the next 4 or 5 minutes. And it's about our open source project. And like I said before, it's one of the marquee projects in our ecosystem to really raise the level of software development and democratize software development in government in Lagos State. And to do that, we have our project leader here. We have, where is he, Mr. Bolaji? Well, please, a round of applause for him. So he's the project lead for our open source platform, and he'll be coming to just give us a brief description of what we are doing in the open source. Mr. Bolaji, thank you very much.
Okay, can we just have this slide up, please, on the open source? All right, fantastic. Now, this is a project that I'm quite excited about, and I think it will be exciting also for software developers, engineers, and architects. Now, for every smart city, you have 3 key things, at least from the technical perspective. Number one, which is the obvious, you have solutions, so technology solutions, applications, infrastructure, software, and everything you need to be able to run civic processes in the city. Secondly, you need sustainability. That means that it's not just enough to have the solutions, but you must have a way to economically contribute more solutions, make more improvements. And one of the ways to do that is to be able to leverage resources within the local ecosystem, meaning you need to be able to harness the smartness of the local ecosystem, which is developers, which you have within your local space. And then the third thing, which I think is important, is to have things within an open source environment. Why open source? It means that anything which is available is for the purpose of transparency. It fosters transparency. So if there are code, if there are applications, if there are technologies that are written, can it be open source so that there's more transparency, there's more learning, there's more collaboration? If I write something in healthcare today, can I have someone else improve it, see what I've done? Are there any security issues with what I've done? Improve it. And thirdly, it does help learning. It helps learning and sharing of resources and in intellectual property. So those are the three key things which are necessary for every smart city. And those three things are like the basis and the foundation of the eco open source projects. And what is it in a summary? Can we have a kind of pipeline within the tech ecosystem that allows software developers, software engineers, software architects to build solutions, build infrastructure, build tools within like an open source system, make this open source so that they can further share, there can be improvement, and then have all the three in a way that it's going to be sustainable for them. And that's the basis for the open source. Exactly how is it going to work? So first, in the last few months, we've built which is open source, by the way, we've built what we call a smart grid system, which is the foundation for any smart city. What is a grid? A grid means that can hospitals be able to share data in real time? Can the public sector be able to have data being shared in real time? If I'm going to be employed in a place, is everybody aware of my employment information? Do we have identity in real time? Do we have smart enforcement? All those applications need to be able to talk to one another within a grid in real time. And that is one of the things which we've been able to do over the last few months and which we are now making available to developers to be able to build these applications on top of that smart grid. The second thing which we'll be doing and which we'll be launching, or which we're launching right away, is we're going to have regular meetups. So the underlying software, which is the grid, is available, but we're going to have more meetups to be able to share this knowledge, to be able to answer questions, and to be able to finally, we're hoping to be able to evolve into something called request for solutions. Traditionally, in most systems, you have a request for proposals. So if there's a need from the public sector for something to be built, then you have a proposal submitted and you have your normal vendors and procurement process. But we're looking at a kind of innovative pipeline in which even immediately the government thinks of it, there's a request for applications. Those applications are already being built in a pipeline, and then because of the open source framework that it's beneath everything, these solutions can be evaluated in real time, can be checked for any vulnerabilities, and so you have that continuous pipeline for solutions. And those are the three things that will guide how this project is going to work. Now, the question which you all have is, what is in it for me? Why will I build something for, or will I build something for a government? There are three things. Number one, the project is well planned to be able to reward contributions. So every single contribution, every single code commit, every single participation is going to be incentivized and it's going to be rewarded accordingly. Secondly, they're going to have procurements. That means that if you write something that is useful in education or in health or in transport or in, let's say, identity or enforcement, then it opens you up an opportunity to have that same thing procured, by government. So that's the second key thing. You're going to have procurements of all those solutions. And then thirdly and finally, you're going to have a platform to showcase everything which you've built. So there's going to be conscious effort, time and over time to make sure that every single thing is showcased And that means that whatever you're contributing, apart from that you're rewarded, apart from that you have a great chance of procurement, you're going to have what you've done being showcased. That opens you up to infinite opportunities, so that everything you've done is applicable and is useful in other environments, and other people can actually just pick you up. So those are the three things that are going to be in for people that join. Yes, it's kind of mainly, the system is for people within the software space, within the technology space, and that is what we have. So if you're as excited as I am, the URL is there. It's ecoOpenSource.com. So feel free, if you're a software developer, if you're an architect, if you're an engineer, just go right there and sign up, and then we'll send you additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolaji Olaoye, project lead for the open source project. Thank you very much. And I think you did mention before you left that there is a mailing, there's a place where you can drop your email address. So for as many developers that want to participate in the open source project, go to ecoOpenSource. Is it .com or .net? .com, ecoOpenSource.com. Drop your email address. Once the platform and the environment is ready, you'll get a mail, and you can begin to install some of your own code, and we'll move from there. So I want to thank you very much for listening to me, and hopefully, well, let me just say one thing. Let's build Lagos together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together one more time for Tubosalake. No doubt you agree with me that creating jobs is indeed not an easy task, especially when it comes to creating jobs for a smarter Lagos. This takes us to our first keynote address, and we will be enjoying this. Let's take a look. Just to quickly announce that our first keynote address will be by the Chairman, First Bank PLC, founder, CEO, the Chair Center Group. I'm sure we are all excited and eagerly looking forward to this first keynote address. It will be done by Ibukun Awoshika. Once again, a quick reminder that it will focus on creating jobs and enhancing employability for a smarter Lagos. So you might want to take notes as well while she takes us through this first keynote address. It is very key, especially for those who also joined the breakout session yesterday, where you heard on how jobs can be created for a smart city, a smart Lagos. So this will also go ahead to further enhance and, more importantly, break down the employability, or you could say the possibilities of you getting employed. And some of the feedbacks were really, really interesting and good, because many who attended that particular breakout session came out to say that yes, they can now start thinking alike, especially now that Lagos is moving towards becoming a smart city. So let's look out for that first keynote address, and like I said, make sure you take notes. It's very, very important. So we'll wait and do our best to ensure that we can connect with her, and then we can have that as well. A quick reminder too that we are also online, so if you are joining us virtually, thank you very much for joining us. We truly appreciate that. Please feel free to interact. Drop your comments right there as you watch us online. Drop the comments, and I'm sure if you have any question regarding what you've just heard, you'll surely get a response. Let's do that right away. So please feel free to join online. Feel free to drop your comments, and we look forward to talk with you. A quick review of what is to come as well, and a preview too. Apart from yesterday, we're also going to have a second keynote address, so you might want to look out for that as well. But first, we will be joined very soon by our first keynote address speaker, that is Ibukun Awoshika, in a bit. We'll also be having the plenary discussion, so look out for that too. That will be very, very interesting, as that will focus on better living and improving the quality or the life of citizens. If you were here yesterday, you heard the governor when he spoke, and he made mention of the hours that are spent in traffic and what Lagos is planning to do in order to reduce that number. So this plenary discussion will also focus on better living. Let's also inform you that there will be product talk today. We're also going to have product talk, so look out for that as well. There will be product talk. And then we'll have the breakout sessions. So we'll have 5 breakout sessions, 5 of them. Just in case, I think I would need to ask, do we have this? Do we really have this? Do we? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now watch.
Ibukun Awoshika, a successful entrepreneur, actress, motivational speaker and author, Ibukun Awoshika is a quintessential Nigerian success story. She currently serves as the chairman, board of directors, First Bank Nigeria PLC, Nigeria's premier banking brand. She is also the founder and chief executive of the Chair Center Group. Mrs. Awoshika is rightfully recognized locally and internationally with numerous awards, an indication of her excellence and drive towards improving the lot of underrepresented youths, entrepreneurs and women. She is a member of the Aspen Global Leadership Network, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, and also sits on the International Advisory Board of IESC Business School, Barcelona, Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibukun Awoshika.
Hope you can hear me and you can see me clearly. I have no feedback to confirm that. So if you can just confirm you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. I was wondering if I was on your side. First, I'd like to thank the government of Lagos State for the invitation. And to also commend the state for the bold and courageous step to venture into areas that cover the future and for which a lot of people, governments in particular, for what we're talking about. The African internet, and in this case they're talking about the continent, but when you think about the role of Lagos in terms of the development of the continent and strategically for Nigeria, that's the largest nation within the continent, then you understand why it's important to look at these matters. The African internet economy is one of the largest overlooked investment opportunities of the past decade, with potential for profound impact on development. So this is an area where we can attract the right kind of foreign direct investment, which we need in the light of all our challenges with earning foreign exchange because of the changes in the oil economy and the need for us to diversify, and we have to look at areas that represent comparative advantage for us and opportunities there. And having a large youthful population in itself is a strength, but it can also be a liability if we do not manage it well. But also managing that population for the benefit of a future that we design and that we do not wait to accidentally fall into. Because for me, what is exciting about working on the Smarter Lagos project is being deliberate about redesigning the direction of growth and development within the state in line with emerging trends in the global scene, for which a lot of our young people are quite poised. When you think in terms of the cluster of digital players and coders and all of that, and emerging digital entrepreneurs that we have, a lot of them are self-taught, self-developed, self-trained, and they receive help from some clusters of organizations that have intervened in that sector. But we haven't been deliberate enough in terms of being able to turn the aspects of the bright young minds that we have, to turn the bright young minds that we have into deliberate assets to fuel has led to a lot of investor interest, and we need that investor interest. We need that foreign direct investment that can help to support our own low earning power at this point in time. Africa has the world's youngest, fastest growing, and increasingly urbanized workforce. The challenge is the urban centers, and Lagos being one of the largest urban centers on the continent and the largest one in Nigeria, does not in itself have enough jobs for the number of young people who dream and desire to find their way in Lagos. Lagos is a magnet. It attracts every young aspiring run to Lagos. They have an expectation to find the right opportunity within it. While that might be a strain, it can also be an asset, because the way I see it, the strength of Lagos is the diversity of Lagos, and the diversity of Lagos is not based just on Lagosians. Many of us are not from Lagos, but we have all made Lagos our home. We have placed our investments in Lagos. Our children think of themselves more as Lagosians than coming from any other part of the country. And so that is a strength that it can continue to retain if it strategically works out how to and value from all of these talents that we attract into the city. And this era of COVID within this 2020 has shown us the power of the digital economy, because when everything else failed, when everybody was locked down, and then when production could not take place as usual, the goods could not move across the nation or across locations within the cities clearly, it was largely the digital platforms that came into play. Banking essentially digital economy. But when you're talking about the smart economy itself, the smarter labels, it rides on the back of a lot of factors. And one of the factors upon which it rides is data. And who is the major and the biggest source for data? It is government, in a sense, because you have the biggest touch points with the citizens. But the question to ask is, how have we created a deliberate effort to mine the data from the different segments of the economy of the state, or from the different segments of the lives of the citizens of the state? How are we gathering the data for government in itself to use in its planning and in deciding where to direct its limited resources? And how have we mined and sorted out the data in a way that it can constructively be a resource for entrepreneurs and businesses to make critical investment decisions which can support the development of the state and therefore create jobs. Jobs don't drop from the sky. It's either and his ability to build it in a sustainable manner if he has access to the right kind of information. Even the best of companies, the 5 AAA companies in Nigeria struggle with data because we just don't have that. And a smart Lagos is impossible without building a right data infrastructure, which will support the government in its own policy, but will also support the development and emergence of businesses. And those businesses will in turn be responsible for creating jobs within the state. When you think about direct benefit, although the direct economic benefit of the business providing data-rich services is significant, the majority of the overall benefit is indirect in the sense that it accrues to the users of data-rich services in both the business and the personal sectors, therefore creating another multiplier effect of enormous value. Now, when you have a smart Lagos, the infrastructure of technology, the backbone that is required for businesses to build on, the infrastructure that small businesses need to rely on without making huge investments, which they cannot afford, becomes part of what is available within the state. And this will help a lot of small entrepreneurs to thrive. I mean, you have to give Lagos some credit, but a lot of the kind of clusters that have emerged from Lagos has not been government driven necessarily. Because if you look at like the Yaba cluster of all the tech companies and all of that, they have been driven by the interest and the passion of Nigerians themselves, and largely young Nigerians who have then found older people or people with more available resources who have come to believe in them. And by creating their community, bigger institutions investing in technology infrastructure have been drawn into the area. If I take a bank like ours, First Bank, for instance, we have a digital lab, which services our business in developing technology solutions that support our business in different ways. It's fueled by a lot of young people from the tech space, and this center is in Yaba as well. But why were we drawn to Yaba? Because you already have an ecosystem. You already have an ecosystem of people of like minds working within that environment, working together, rubbing minds together, creating solutions that can eventually support businesses. And because of that, a number of the companies that provide Wi-Fi and all of those kind of infrastructure that is required by this ecosystem have invested in ensuring that what is available within that neighborhood will support those businesses. And that's really what happens. When Lagos makes the necessary investment in a smarter Lagos project, every kind of investment that will help to even make Lagos smarter and develop further, Lagos will be the first point of call. Lagos already has a natural advantage of being the first point of call in many cases, except of course for cost and all of that. But as Lagos gets smarter, a lot of the infrastructure services that support businesses that are maybe considered expensive right now will in itself become cheaper and more readily available to support the growth of businesses. And when businesses thrive, jobs are created. When government in itself becomes more efficient, it's better able to support businesses with its services. The delivery of a service will become cheaper, and overall employability of human capital within the state is improved because the data in itself will speak. I know a lot of people think that data is information, but that data is just a lot of numbers or details and all of that, but it's not. As far as I'm concerned, data speaks currency. Why? Because every data pool that you have has money within it. And where's the money within it? your ability to utilize it for all the possible options that is available. That's the money within it. But creating an environment where that data can then be converted into the format where it becomes money, that is the real value that is within it. And if you create the right environment and you draw the right people in, people will be retrained, because that is the key. The Smarter Lagos project in itself requires a lot of manpower that it does not necessarily have right now. And there's nothing wrong between the state creating a 360-degree view of what it wants to do in terms of the Smarter Lagos. What kind of manpower will be required, both by government and by private sector, over the short to medium term to support that industry? How does the state harmonize that plan with what Lagos State University is teaching? How is Lagos State University's different departments? I used to serve on the governing council of the university for 8 years. And I know that there is such a misfit between the kind of human capital that a university in Lagos is developing as compared to the kind of human capital that Lagos as a community requires, which is part of what has created an employability gap. If we're deliberate about designing the entire Smarter Lagos project, identifying the areas of the gaps, and then working with the university, an average graduate spends 3 to 4 years in the university. If we work with the university to create departments that cover those areas where we have noticed the gaps to be, we will have the right kind of manpower coming out at the point in time based on the schedule of growth that we can see within the plan of the Smarter Lagos. I mean, think about Lagos and when the rail lines started, even though it's taken much longer than was planned, but I'm certain that the kind of manpower that we required for it was not available at that point. But in building the rail line project, the state would have developed the required manpower by hiring hands that had no specific skills for the business, but who could be retrained for that. And because that's the only way you're going to be able to run services that have never been run before within the state. And it's the same with the different legs and segments of the Smarter Lagos project. It's also important that we have a deliberate human capital strategy that does not allow the companies that will be involved in the Smarter Lagos project to bring manpower from their own countries, because we have areas of Nigerian strength or Nigerians' assets and resources that international players have been allowed to come in, especially people from the Asian countries. And we've also carelessly allowed them to bring manpower into job opportunities at levels that Nigerians are more than available to be trained for, which means that we're allowing other people to use our own resources for the benefit of their own people rather than for our own strategic needs. So we need to align development plans for Smart Lagos with employability and employment plans, human capital development plans for the state. We must identify for each area of it what is the number of human capital that will be required, what kind of skills will be required. Then have a gaps analysis. What is the gap between what we have and what we need? How long will it take us to develop what we need? And put a plan behind it and execute. And execute that plan in a way that we can let the two run together. It's always sad when we build an idea up, we allow investment in a sector, but we do not take the value that we should be able to. And across every new investment area, there's a value chain of human capital requirement that is available. But we have to be deliberate about tracking it. We have to be deliberate about training for it. We have to be deliberate about planning for it. And we also have to be deliberate about ensuring that our contracts or our terms of agreement with whoever the investors are, whether local or international, already commit to the fact that certain numbers of Nigerians will be trained and employed into those businesses for the benefit of the state. I seem to be quite advanced with my time, but what are the key points here? A smarter Lagos is a smart thing to do. It's definitely in the interest of a country that is growing and hoping to be a major player, a major global player on the long term. It's also the smart thing to do for a country that has 69% of its population as a youthful population. It's also a great idea for a country that is within a continent that is viewed as the next big platform for digital development over the next set of decades. And in a state where we have huge unemployment, which is not just limited to the state, but to the nation in itself, with a lot of smart young people who are unengaged, the rate of growth of jobs within a smarter Lagos will be much higher, and higher paying jobs, not just jobs, higher paying jobs, because we'll have jobs across all levels, but the opportunity to develop higher paying jobs and high skilled manpower within a smarter Lagos is extremely high, and we have the right kind of mindset. Nigerians are dynamic, they're driven, they can be taught and they will learn. If you check the population of Nigerian coding and digital community, they're not all graduates of engineering or technology, or we don't necessarily have coding schools, short programs run by the Andelas and some of those kind of companies that have had interventions in that area. But at every point, when you have those interventions executed constructively and positively, the result has been unimaginable in terms of the number of young lives that are lifted up and the value that then goes back into the economy, the inductive effect of that. But it's even more important when we are deliberate about doing that, we will definitely create a better environment. Like I said at the beginning, data, data, data. You know, being smart is not just a word. It means that you're not working blind. It means that you have the right kind of information to make the right call. It means that you have the information that allows you to assess your idea effectively and to mitigate any kinds of risk that is possible within it. But it's also an opportunity for the state as a major source of information to have a chief information officer or a chief data officer, whichever title you choose, and create a major center that harnesses all of this information in a constructive, deconstructed format that people can have access to that data. How does the oil and gas industry run? There are companies that collect data about our oil and gas assets, that when companies want to invest or explore in certain areas, they go to those companies to buy the information. They might never execute the project, but they at least have the right information that people have invested in gathering. Now, these are private sector companies, but most of these assets, the information that is required, are information that government in itself controls. And so if government creates a resource pool and a service that allows businesses to have the right kind of information, a lot more businesses will be built within the state. A lot more businesses will be will likely succeed because they can make the right kind of decisions, and planning and growth and all of that becomes easier. And when foreign companies are trying to explore certain areas of opportunities without any real local sense, they can't get the right kind of information that can guide their ability to make a constructive decision rather than assumptions, which in itself represents a danger. If any state can build a smart city in Nigeria, it's definitely Lagos. And I am very confident that if we build into it a sustainable system that is protected from politics, because that's, on a final note, that's the thing. We have to build a system that will be sustainable no matter who is in office. A system that isn't a subject of who the governor is or who the governor is not. And if we get professionals to run it, or we set up that particular arm of the government as a PPP, such that it's protected for all times in a constructive but affordable manner, then I think we're on our way to use that as a pivot for allowing companies within Lagos to emerge in a way that they can support the creation of jobs and the retraining of our human capital in a way that they're employable for the needs of our city. I thank you very much for inviting me, and I wish you a successful conference. And my vote is on the fact that Lagos can pull this off, and I hope that you do, and you do it very well. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Another warm round of applause for our first keynote speaker of Day 2 of Art of Technology Lagos, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, Chairman, First Bank PLC, and founder, CEO of Cheer Center. Wow, it was full of so many powerful nuggets, and one that really stuck with me is the fact that before foreign companies come into Nigeria, they need data. Data jobs, especially in the tech space, because we get a lot of people coming in from Asia. But with that data, we're able to show the employability of Nigerians. So I believe that a smarter Lagos will indeed leverage data. Data coming out of the universities, the technical colleges, the secondary schools. So we'll have our continuation of the presentation earlier on by the Special Advisor on Innovation to the Governor of Lagos State on Innovation and Technology. But just before I bring him on, we want you to continue keeping the conversation going online. Please use the hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, and hashtag Smarter Lagos. And it will interest you that yesterday we had 5,443 people join us on our various online platforms. On YouTube, the number was 2,825, and physically right here, we had 471 people, bringing the total number up to 8,739 people. Yes, I believe that's a good place to put your hands together. Well done. So I'd like you to keep the applause going as I welcome Mr. Tubosun Alake to continue his presentation on the Lagos Innovation Masterplan and the journey so far. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope we are learning. I hope we are discussing. I hope we are commenting, and I hope we are tweeting, because there's still a little bit more. And just continuing from where Mrs. Awoshika stopped on data, the importance of data for the smart city, the importance of data for investment, we have something to show you. Continuing off the back of our Innovation Master Plan, we did say that data access is a key pillar of innovation, right? And in order to make Lagos smart, in order to open up governance, in order to have local solutions for local problems, we have a particular initiative under the data access pillar that we just want to give you a little snippet of. Can we cue up the Eco 360 slides? I want to introduce two people that would help me present this to you. You know, I had said that we've been digitizing millions of data sets, right? And these data sets will be available in different kinds of formats, whether you are an investor, whether you are a solution provider, whether you are an ordinary citizen. somebody who is looking to know more about their state, needs to know more about where they live, right? And needs to, create solutions to the myriad of challenges we have. So I'm going to introduce two people. Number one is the head of the data bank at the Lagos Bureau of Statistics, Mrs. Ojo, and Olalekan from Data Science Nigeria. These are some of our partners that we are working with. Of course, Lagos Bureau of Statistics is, as you know, one of the principal data holders in Lagos, data managers. And of course, we have partners, Data Science Nigeria, that are also helping us with this initiative. So just for a few minutes, they're going to talk about the Eco 360 project, which is one of the projects of the larger Open Lagos initiative. And they'll tell us exactly what has been going on, how far we've come, and what to expect. So please give a round of applause once again, Mrs. Ojo and Lekon. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ojo Olayinka, the head of Data Bank Lagos Bureau of Statistics. We are happy to introduce to you the Eco 360 project, a data warehouse and analytics platform of the Lagos Bureau of Statistics. It's rested on a 7-pillar that enables the Lagos Bureau of Statistics to uphold its statutory function and also enable the Open Lagos and Open Data mission for a smarter Lagos. The 7-pillar points of the Eco 360 project is from data aggregation to real-time data collection to a platform that allows you to have access as citizens for playing with Lagos-specific data that create insights and bring data together from every sources that is validated to enable citizens to generate more insights, reasonable, usable data for their businesses, for planning, and for decision-making in the state to allow for smarter, faster, and data generation in the space of Lagos. Later on, we'll take you through the history of what we have this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. All right, still standing on existing protocols, I will take us through. So here we have the access point of data when it comes to Eco 360. Very quickly, we have the LBS publication. That's the Lagos Bureau of Statistics publication as one of the sources of data that goes into the analytics platform of Eco 360. We have the bottom-up validation. We have data archaeology. We have derived data. And then we have the situational real-time data that is used for data collection in across all the ministries, departments, and agencies of Lagos State. Now, Eco 360 brings data from all sources, from KPIs to reports, to feedbacks and social polls, to publications and survey. It brings all of this data together, all right, for simpler decision making. Okay? All right, so let me talk briefly about the data management framework of Eco 360. Essentially, it starts from data collection application. So we built a data collection application that takes in data submission forms and data survey forms that are currently being used across the ministries, departments, and agencies in Lagos State. And there is a center platform that houses all this data, and also on that platform is an analytics engine that helps to make sense of this data. But beyond that, we also have other sources of data. We have historical data, that is all the previous data back, 2010 so far. We have all of them in the Eco 360 data warehouse. We have third-party data, and we also have extrapolated data such as social media data. Then the analytics insights that are coming from the data management platform is now being presented on the LBS web portal. So I'm going to show you a live demonstration of what the LBS web portal looks like, and also the insight is also being presented. The insight is also being presented, on an executive dashboard, and at the same time there is an analytics platform. So this is just a quick show of what it looks like when Eco 360 brings data from economic affairs to health and education, and then brings this data together for richer insights and for decision making. All right. Another interesting thing about the Eco 360 platform is that it allows for contextual and geospatial insights. And I'm going to quickly delve straight into, can we move to the next slide? Okay. So here is an example of, some geospatial insights on economic affairs. But I'm going to let's discuss about the 5 and 6 points. Now, from a geospatial analysis of Lagos data, we realize that 45% of markets in Lagos are actually located at the center of the state, whilst 80% of farming activities are at the borders of the state. Now, amongst the many insights that can be generated here, one thing that comes to the fore is that there's a huge opportunity in logistics to enhance the agricultural value chain in Lagos. So if you're a business person, you're thinking of starting a logistics business, then data has shown that there's a huge opportunity in logistics to enhance the agricultural value chain in Lagos. Also, on the Eco360 platform, we have analytics dashboards. These are just screenshots of the dashboards. Screenshots. All right. Now we're going to move straight into the live demonstration of the portal. But before we go in there, let's quickly talk about the 4 key considerations of the web portal. The first is that the web portal for the Lagos Bureau of Statistics has a multifunction capability that allows citizens, if you want to request for data from the Lagos Bureau of Statistics, you can easily go to the web portal and then you can request for the data. You can download data in different formats. You can upload data if you want to share data. And you can also see some beautiful data storytelling on the web portal. Also, the web portal serves 3 key segments. The first segment is data decision makers. That is, industry leaders who are looking for interesting data about Lagos, can go to the web portal and they can easily, just find interesting insights. At the same time, data consumers, that is, ordinary man, somebody who is just interested in knowing what is even the out of school rate of Lagos State. Now you can find those insights on the web portal. And also, data researchers, people who are interested in using data for other purposes. Then also, the third consideration there is that somebody who wishes to set up business in Lagos can easily go to the web portal and generate some useful insight. For instance, like I mentioned earlier on about the geospatial insights that Eco360 has helped us discover that logistic business for agriculture value chain is really, really going to be a big business. Another thing for the web portal is integrate external data sets. So I'm going to be showing you some of the beautiful external data sets and insights that has been integrated into the web portal. So let's move straight into the live demonstration of the web portal. So I have a colleague who will be helping, with navigating the web portal. All right. So this is the Eco360 web portal landing page. All right. So we move down. You can see key numbers of the Lagos budget performance, such as revenue. You can move down. You can keep moving. Some key numbers of Lagos 2020 budget, agriculture, transportation. You can keep moving. Keep moving. We're going to delve into some of these things. Okay. Then we also have latest data sets. So if you're interested in getting access to recent data sets of Lagos, you can just come to the web portal. You can download, you can visualize. Then there's also interactive analysis. All right. For the interactive analysis, so we have dashboards for education. We have dashboard for health. Then we also have geospatial analysis of economic data. So I'd like us to just delve into geospatial analysis of economic data, and let's see some interesting things. Okay, so what we have here is the map of Lagos, like we all know. So let's discover some insight together. So can you please so let's select farmlands and markets. Then you uncheck the first one, you check there. Uncheck that. Farmlands, correct, and markets. Now, this is the power of Eco360 to the fore, right? Because Eco360 actually allows you, right, to go to a portal and then interact with Lagos data. So we have locations of markets in Lagos and the location of farmlands in Lagos. And then if you click on farmlands, so let's see some interesting insights. Okay, look at this. The red dots, let me see if I have a pointer. Okay, the red dots are the farmlands in Lagos, while the green dots are the markets in Lagos. Now you can begin to see that the distribution of the farmlands in Lagos are indeed at the extreme borders of Lagos. But the markets are more concentrated at the center. And one major insight here is that when we have somebody who can come up with, interesting logistic business, then this indeed will make life, food, availability very much easy in Lagos. So I'm very sure the business guys are already thinking of what they can do with that. So let's go back to the web portal very quickly. Okay, so if you scroll down again, some interesting thing, you can also share data. So if you have data you want to share with the public, you can do that. There are also quick reads straight from the Lagos Bureau of Statistics. For instance, there's the Lagos State Monthly CPI. If you're interested in CPI data, you can go to the portal and download them. Then there's Weather of Lagos and all that. So please, let's go back up and quickly delve straight into some interesting areas. So let's assume that this is your interface, the public's interface to the Lagos data universe. So I'm going to search for a data set, education. So can we search for education? Let's see what it looks like. So we search for education. You click on search.
As data collection points that this data collection hub of the Code 360 will be deployed to. They are in training of various capacity from software to coding, ability being enhanced by Lagos State government, and we are being supported by the BMG Health, that's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're looking for other funder as the Innovation Office will bring to us. So we're asking the world to support Lagos to deliver the smarter Lagos that will be driven by smart data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ojo. So as you can see, there is a lot that is going on, and that is why we have engagement points like this to tell you some of the initiatives that would deliver a better Lagos, and of course, to see where you yourselves can plug in and be a contributor to building positive pillars to Lagos State. Hope we are currently on beta now on Eco 360, so you're not going to see every data set that you want, but come next year, it's going to be much more robust, and we'll let you know when it's fully on ground for a full product launch. So I want to thank you again. Thank you very much, and let's carry on with the show. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together one more time. I was excited about that presentation. Were you? Imagine if you have investors who want to come into Lagos and they're asking for data. Where do you go to? Where do you go to? Where do you go to? That's it. I could hear some people were happy. They say, finally I can start my fish farming now. I know the data. I can go to the market. I can have the statistics and then send it to my partner who's abroad. And that's exactly why we are excited. So thank you very much. I'm sure that we are starting to see the vision of a smarter Lagos. Now we always talk about infrastructure. More importantly, we look at building a smart city infrastructure. But right about now, we're going to look at it in the angle of venture capitalist approach. This takes us to our second keynote address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will be focusing on building a smart city infrastructure, looking at it one more time from a venture capitalist approach.
Tommy Davis. Tommy Davis is one of the most influential people in the Nigerian and African technology community. The Nigerian-British investor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist began his glittering career at IBM over 3 decades ago. Since then, he's helped build direct.gov.uk and the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System for the UK and Nigerian governments, respectively. He has also helped Lagos build its own angel investor networks while being president of the African Business Angel Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Davis.
Order of the day is for me to really try and
Stripe acquiring Paystack. So just imagine the tech companies that are going to be so valuable coming out from Lagos. If it can happen in Lagos, then please, by all means, this is the time for us to take technology very seriously and to really put our efforts, our enthusiasm, and our passion in it. Because if we invest, and I remember the last keynote of yesterday saying that don't sell your equity too quickly. Just imagine if at the early stages they sold off all the equity, won't have that success story today. So I hope you have been encouraged for people who are working hard at that tech innovation, who are just putting their money, putting their effort, their sweat. Indeed, there are success stories, and we believe it will continue to come out of a smarter Lagos. So now we're going into our plenary discussion. Let's just be aware of time. We are going to have to take everything, including our questions and our answers, in about 15 minutes. So originally slated for 1 p.m., but we have an additional 10 minutes. So 50 minutes for the entire plenary discussion, including the interactive Q&A. And as we always say, please feel free to interact with us. Ask your questions on our social media platforms. Perhaps we can't get to every single question right here, but on social media, just use the hashtags AOT Lagos, Art of Technology Lagos, and hashtag Smarter Lagos. So our next plenary discussion, we'll be looking at smart data for better living, improving the quality of life of citizens. Because when it comes to it, what really affects us is, how does all this smart data affect me? How does it affect my life? Spending time in traffic, how does it affect the education of my children? How does it affect my business? So at the heart of it is for that improvement of our life here in Lagos State. So right about now, we'll be meeting our plenary discussants.
Globally, data-led innovation is proving to be a catalyst in fueling economic growth and an improved standard of living. How can this become a reality for Lagos? Our plenary discussion would help provide answers to these and more. Today's conversation is themed Smart Data for Better Living, Improving the Quality of Life of Citizens. To moderate this discussion, we have Ndidi Umuneli, the founder, Leap Africa, AACE Foods. Our distinguished panelists are Mark Essien, CEO of Hotels.ng, Daniel Awe, Head, Africa FinTech Foundry, AFF, Sam Egube, Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State Government, Tayo Oviosu, Founder and Group CEO, MAGA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our plenary discussants. We have Mark Essien, who will be joining us via Zoom. But please put your hands together for Mr. Sam Egube.
And an improved standard of living. How can this become a reality for Lagos? Our plenary discussion would help provide answers to these and more. Today's conversation is themed Smart Data for Better Living, Improving the Quality of Life of Citizens. To moderate this discussion, we have Ndidi Umuneli, the founder, Leap Africa, AACE Foods. Our distinguished panelists are Mark Essien, CEO of Hotels.ng, Daniel Awe, Head, Africa FinTech Foundry, AFF, Sam Egube, Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State Government, Tayo Oviosu, Founder and Group CEO, MAGA.
And this session will be moderated by Daniel Awe, and Mark Essien will be joining us via Zoom. So again, 45.
Good morning, audience, and I'm excited to be here this morning. I'm sure everybody in the auditorium is excited, and our guys on the virtual side of the program. My name is Daniel Awe from African FinTech Foundry. I'll be moderating the plenary for smart data for better living, improving the quality of life of citizens. I think this is the most important plenary. When you say the dividend of democracy, the major dividend of democracy is how do you improve the quality of the life of citizens. And I think we've had a lot of interesting discussions about smart data, smarter Lagos. I would just like to speak a little bit about just data and why do we have so much emphasis on data. Everybody has been asking for data, but there are some small statistics I would like to just throw out to us.
actually talking about mutual living. And you see that you cannot have better living without taking into consideration the way we live with one another, our collective living together. So when you disturb the traffic because you think only of yourself, right, then there's no smartness in that, and it doesn't make for better living. So the point is, how do we then get data, right, to create, to act as a catalyst for improving the quality of living? It's these ideas, right, about openness that has led Lagos to adopting what we call open data as our approach. You just heard the presentation around Eco 360. Mr. Governor talked a lot yesterday about what we're doing on the broadband area, which basically puts investments behind our smart city infrastructure, with about 6,000 kilometers of broadband fiber duct infrastructure to allow for data to flow at high speed capacity. We talked about the smart cameras which we're putting on, over 2,000 of them in the first instance, basically to coordinate the way we live together, to be able to monitor through information flow to our command and control center as to how to moderate traffic, how to moderate our mutual living, how to control and keep crime at a very low level. We did talk about Eco Excel, which spoke to education, right? In other words, we're trying to democratize it to ensure that people are able to access it online and to improve the standards. And we are already seeing interesting outcomes in the results that are coming out of that. Yesterday, we mentioned our Eco Telemed that basically takes medicine digital and allows people to consult digitally, and also helps us coordinate and collaborate, even in this COVID environment, for tracing and for real-time consultation. So that's what it is about using data to improve the quality of life. But I must say that at the heart of this is collaboration. You collaborate together for data mining. You collaborate for analysis, for interpretation, and therefore come out with outcomes and perspectives that then tend to aid policy formulation that are evidence-based. These data help us define our baselines and set goals. So invite the entire citizen to participate in governance and to participate in directing how their government should run. That's exactly what I would call my own data will be used to improve the quality of lives of our people.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you for your analysis. I think a program like this is very important, and I think Lagos is on the right path. I'm very proud to be living in Lagos, and I think Lagos is going to drive the next revolution in terms of technology in Africa. If you look at a country like Singapore started a journey some few years ago. It's the same road that Lagos State is taking. They created a smart city strategy, and every pillars in that strategy, if you compare to what Lagos is doing, it's almost the same thing: laying fiber optics, improving data collection, giving a journey that will increase internet penetration to as much as 80%, etc. So thank you so much, Sam. I think we are on the right path. I'm not sure if I have the other panelists online. Do we have Tayo and Mark online? Can I confirm if I have Tayo and Mark online at the moment? Mark. All right, Mark, thank you for joining us on this plenary session. I would like you to take the next focus area. Mark, my question is, how can smart data help government deliver value-based and outcome-focused services to its populace?
Well, I think we have had enough discussion now to show that data is essential. But I think I'll qualify that a little bit further by saying that the purpose of gathering all this data is to aid decision making, right? You can just have a lot of data, but it can sit for ages and nothing will be done with it if it's not actually used to make decisions. And the decisions that need to be made are the decisions that actually make a difference, that make a difference for the average person. And if you ever stand from today and look maybe 10 years back, look at all the things that you did, for example, in a company, you'll see that it's only few things that made a difference. Many of the other things that were done that seemed important at that time ended up not being important. But some things that you did ended up being super important. It's the same thing with government. They can do a lot of initiatives now. 10 years from now, only few of those would have been shown to make any significant difference. So I think the focus of gathering all this data has to be able to have enough information to make a wiser decision as to the right thing to do today that will actually make a difference, and to also know what not to do. Because every government, like every company, has got limited resources. The money is not infinite. If you spread your money into everything, it's too thin. Everything is done too weakly. You have to do a smaller number of things, but do them really well. And you have to do the right things. And being able to differentiate the right things from the wrong things, it's not an easy task, but it's made much, much easier if you have gathered enough data and done proper analysis on that data to be able to realize which of those things is the better thing. For many countries have very, very big revenue drivers. For example, Nepal, 10% of Nepal's GDP is driven by people climbing Mount Everest. Or the country Tuvalu, it's also another small country. 10% of their revenue comes from selling the .tv domain, right? And whenever they made the decisions to exploit those advantages they had, 10 years down the line, they find out that it becomes a huge part of what their country is all about. And I think that is the most important part when it comes to data. Gathering us a lot of data, but then using it to make the right decisions as to what will later make a big difference.
Thank you, Mark. And I think you are spot on. Something is very funny about how data can improve our lives as a state, as a continent. If you look at the United Kingdom, the budget of London, at some point it was about 6.8 billion pounds, the city of London. And if you analyze that budget very well, something very interesting is in the budget. They were going to finance the budget. Part of the source of revenue was fines. That's about 40% of the revenue. Was supposed to be fines to offenders of traffic. And you keep wondering, how do you want to build a budget and assume some people is going to be offender of traffic? But guess what? It's interesting to tell you that on an average, they have the data. They know that on an average, about 500 or so people commit traffic offense every day in the city of London. They are aware of that data. They know it. They know who you are. They know where you commit all these offenses, and they know how much they're going to make. So thank you very much, Mark. The smart data is actually the only way that we can bring out the best of our governance. I'm aware I have an Ndidi online. Ndidi, welcome. And I think I'm wearing your cap, but it would be good for us to have your thoughts on another important key point. We've been hearing a lot about 2030 SDG. I would like to throw this question to you. How can smart data help Lagos State realize the 2030 SDG agenda, making our world a better place? Ndidi.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Lagos State for hosting this very timely and critical discussion. I'm going to take that question from a couple of angles. Some of you know that I'm very actively engaged in the food and agriculture landscape as the founder of Nourishing Africa, co-founder of ACE Foods, and managing partner of Sahel Consulting. So I've spent a lot of time looking at the food ecosystem in Nigeria and in Lagos State in particular. Nigerian households spend 56% of their income on food. This is the highest rate in the world. During the COVID-19 period, food inflation was between 10 and 17%, depending on the value chain. In fact, some of our food doubled, food prices doubled. So imagine households that were already struggling to have 3 square meals a day, now having to have 1 meal a day. Now, data is so critical because that percentage I just listed, 56% of household income, means that the households don't have money for education, they don't have money for healthcare, they don't have money for recreation, they don't have money for hotels to support Mark's business, and they don't have money for airtime. So the challenge around food is that we have to reduce the cost of food in cities like Lagos. Now, Lagos is so dependent on other parts of Nigeria for its food and on imports. So what are some things that data can help us do? Data can help us understand how much food comes into Lagos every day, where that food is sourced from, how much of it goes to waste, because most of our markets don't have cold storage. We estimate that 40 to 60% goes to waste. We estimate that 40% of the cost of this food is spent on transportation. And that data will help us in Lagos State redesign our markets to ensure cold storage to reduce waste. It will also help us reduce the cost of logistics into our cities. And it will help us invest in urban agriculture, including aeroponics. Because ultimately, Lagos has to commit to working with its citizens to reduce the cost of food. I would even like to suggest that we aim for 30% of household income spent on food, which is what India currently spends. The US is about 8% or 6% of household income spent on food. I'm not even approaching that angle. I'm just saying, let's try to be like India. I think we can live up to what India is doing in the next 10 years. So food is critical, and data is critical for data-driven policy making, for us to prioritize resources, for us to redesign our food ecosystem and to redesign our markets. Beyond what comes into Lagos and our markets, we also need to know where the most vulnerable are in Lagos. During the COVID-19 era, every street in Lagos was burning, right? Because we were hungry. People were hungry. In fact, they call it hangry. Hungry and angry people make hungry people. I didn't even know that term existed until this year. Now, the issue is, we want to feed our most vulnerable. And there are people like me and you who have the resources to do that. But where are they? You know, I was working with WFP and all these other organizations trying to map out where are the most vulnerable so that we can feed them during lockdown. But we couldn't find out where they were. We found that many of us were feeding the same people. Many of us didn't know how to reach the most vulnerable. So data on vulnerable people is critical. Data on children who can benefit from school feeding programs is critical. And in many other parts of the world, and you can see that in the US, the soup kitchens, the food banks, and the schools have been feeding families that cannot afford 3 square meals a day during lockdown. They've actually been delivering food to their homes. While our churches and communities worked very hard during COVID-19 to feed the most vulnerable, I suspect we missed many, many people because we didn't have data on where they were, where they lived, and how to reach them. In cities, we have something called hidden hunger. You think it's only in rural communities, but in cities, in our slums, we have serious issues of micronutrient deficiencies where our people are starving. So data is critical for philanthropists, for investors, for communities who want to serve the most vulnerable. Data is also critical for fighting youth unemployment, which is a key component of SDG, as well as providing education. And I'll just use 2 practical examples. I've been working in the youth space for 18 years. Leap is 18 years old, and Leap has been working at Lagos State for the last 15 years. And one thing we realize is that so many of our young people are graduating from university with no job. Many of them are dropping out of high school, and they're getting lost in the ecosystem. Cities all over the world have what we call a workforce one. In the United States, all the major cities have it. where it's a data center, where if you're unemployed, you can go and submit your information, and they'll match you with somebody who's looking for someone with your skills. If you're looking for extra training, you go to that Workforce One, you get a voucher where you can go and get training at a subsidized rate. Now, that data is so critical for the state, because the state can say, now we know how many unemployed people are, we know what their skill sets are. In fact, when you come into the data center, you have to fill out a profile. And so that's valuable information for the state, because when we can plan for these young people who are getting lost, only 5% of our population goes on to university. So in between primary and secondary school, we're losing 30. Between secondary school and university, we're losing 60, and we don't know where they are. Lagos State owes it to its citizens to have Workforce One. You can have a Workforce One in Unilag. You can have another one in Yabatech. You can have another one in each of our major secondary schools, where our young people can come and register, because when they register, they know they'll get help. We can even partner with our banks to get this data. And in education, the same applies. Another key SDG is around education. My brothers and sisters, we know that most of our children in primary school are not in Lagos State. And I love the Commissioner of Education, Mrs. Adekitayo. She's doing a phenomenal job. But she needs partnerships with private sector, public sector, civil society, because Lagos State cannot educate all of the young people in our state. Churches all need to start schools, but they need to know in that community where are the schools, where are the children, and what is the gap, so that we can fill it. But without that data, we're going to struggle to fill it. So I am convinced more than ever before that we need data. We need good data. We need credible data. We need transparent data where every citizen, every policymaker, every company is empowered to leverage that data to invest. The last thing I'll mention is that we have actually started a data portal called nourishingafrica.com, and I encourage all of you to visit it. Nourishing Africa is a one-stop shop for entrepreneurs in the food and agriculture landscape. It provides data, it provides jobs, it provides resources, it provides access to financing, and I'm proud to say we're partnering with many organizations in Lagos State, including the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. The reason why we believe Nourishing Africa is critical is because it's filling a gap for entrepreneurs who are struggling in this ecosystem and this scale. We need to replicate Nourishing Africa for every single sector. I believe that together, working collaboratively, we can address the SDGs. We can fix the challenges of Lagos State. And data is at the heart of this need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ndidi. I like the analysis, and I think this is one interesting focus area that I think if this is the only thing we can achieve from this conference, it's going to be a major, major success. For the SDG, I would like to speak to some of the expectations by 2030. Zero poverty, education for all, water, clean water for everybody. And I think I will go back to the commissioner for planning. And I think I would like to have his insight on this particular point. There has been a lot of talk around 2030 SDG. And I believe the output of this conference will go into different initiatives. So I would like the commissioner to tell us how this whole smart data is going to work with his own day-to-day job, and how the planning is working towards the 2030 SDG agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Ndidi, for that amount of breadth which you did cover in the conversation which you had around how basically we use data to drive the SDG objectives. What I would just like to add to that is that Lagos is a mega city, and at the heart of our operation is that we want to be the leading city in Africa. What that means, for starters, is that we must compare ourselves not just to Nigerian cities, but to the best-in-class cities around the world. Now, you really cannot do that if you do not have data. And data does not have one location. right? Which means that data requires a lot of collaboration, as I have said. And in adopting an open data system, it means you can have a lot of contribution from around the world, right, into our entire data set, as long as those sources are accredited and functioning. Now, how do we do that from the Ministry of Economic Planning? We are responsible for strategy, but we're also responsible for performance management. And like you know, you cannot do performance management without data. And I had said earlier that there are two things we are working on right now. One of them out of the Lagos Bureau of Statistics, first of all, to strengthen that bureau, right, to be able to get robust and timely data that can be used for decision making. But the other is the mechanism around which we collect data on an online real-time basis. And that is what Eco 360 is all about. It's our view that we should not only monitor initiatives. We want to do roads, and therefore when you do the roads, you've done well. Or you want to do buses, and when you do the buses, you've done well. We believe that there's a reason why you do the buses. So we want to be able to measure outcomes as well. So even though you've done the buses, have we reduced the traffic, right? Have we reduced the amount of people that want to put their cars on the road so that they pull together through our bus system? So we work our bus systems to ensure that, one, it is multimodal, it is integrated, and then there's a lot of journey planning which goes into it to reduce just the stress in taking your journey decision. So we are working with data and with technology to just ensure that that happens, including the payment systems that make it seamless, right? It's important to also understand, I mean, I thought Ndidi was listening at some of the things we were talking in the office when she started to speak. But talking about everything on the SDG side, it requires significant amount of funding, and it requires a lot of collaboration to do that in terms of skills and capacities to do that. Now, when you look at the revenue side of things, when you give this data around the amount of people that are paying taxes in Lagos, it pushes you immediately to action, right? Because it brings clarity as to how it is. We are currently investing in a market policy, undertaking a market policy that will again create order in the marketplace. And therefore, like Ndidi said, we are able to then, out of that work, tell us where food is coming from and what quality of food is coming from, where that then helps us intervene in those positions as to how to do it. Now, when food comes into Lagos, for example, if we take fruit, you both probably lose about 40% of it in the journey. Now, can you imagine if just by changing the way food is packaged and transported into Lagos, right, you are able to reduce the wastage element? Because at the end of the day, the people of Lagos pay for that wastage, right, as part of the cost of the food they are buying. So if you reduce it, then what it means is that the traders in Lagos tend to get more money, or the people of Lagos tend to buy cheaper. Data also helps us with the justice system. It helps us with the criminal management system. It helps us with the agriculture system. In other words, what kind of food do we need to do in Lagos? One thing that came out very clearly from the COVID-19 pandemic was that even though you always saw food in Lagos, if the supply chain is cut, food can easily just evaporate out of Lagos. So we now have developed our agricultural master plan to try and ensure that we have food security in Lagos. And that is what is leading to a combination of things which we are undertaking. I also mentioned the role of data in education, you know, and what we're then using technology together with the data which we have extracted to improve the quality of education. We're already beginning to see improvements in that. I mean, just recently, some members of our primary school won the national debate that happened because the way Excel works is that it forces the children to have a conversation in class, right? And it standardizes that around the school, you know. So data is at the heart of it. Performance management helps drive it. But there is no way the citizens can take control of their government if they are not interacting and participating through information and data that is coming out from the ecosystem that we are currently trying to create.
Thank you, Sam. This is interesting. Just to remind everybody, we're still on the plenary session, Smart Data for Better Living, Improving the Quality of Life and of Citizens. Something is coming out from this plenary session, and I believe our viewers online and those in the auditorium, we have the innovators, we have the fintechs, we have the investors, and we have different categories of people. I think this is a huge opportunity, and from Sam's analysis, I've been hearing so much about collaboration strategy and implementation. So I believe one of the takeouts from this plenary sessions is for our innovators in the house to start thinking of how to create solutions, how to create platforms, how to drive all these objectives through technology, because it is clear that Lagos State is a technology-driven state, and it would be very good for that to be one of our major takeouts. We have some questions from YouTube, and I would like to take this question from Modupe Onoyekon. And the question goes, is the rise in food prices connected to the increase in prices of food items? I'm not sure. I'll take the question again. Is the rise in food prices connected to the increase in prices of food items? So who would like to go for the question? Maybe Sam will go for the question.
Okay. I think, the question says if the rise in food prices is responsible for the increase in prices. So yes, once you see increase in prices, in food items, it means that the prices are going up. But I think what the question might be trying to say is what is responsible for the rise in food prices, right? There are several things that come into play in the rise in prices of food items. Basically, you would realize that the society will always respond to increase in input materials, and therefore when you hear that petroleum prices is going up, the transporters tend to respond to it, even though the contribution of that increase to transportation is really not commensurate to the increase that you see in their tariffs. But you also hear news of increase in electricity tariff, and even before people begin to experience it, they begin to respond based on a replacement cost orientation. But there's also the issue of challenges in the north, right, which is affecting production. And of course, when there's a reduction in the supply of food into certain markets, scarcity then tends to push prices up. The other is also the play of middlemen in the system, right? Because there's opaqueness in the system. And as long as, if data continues to be scarce, right, you do not have, your market system doesn't move towards a perfect information system. So that is one other role that data can play once we democratize it. Once you know the cost of food in Damaturu and you know the cost in Lagos, little by little, the middlemen will have to put significant amount of value to gain the price increases which they get out of it. But basically, that is it about price increases. But what we said we were doing in Lagos around building a very huge logistic base around our food markets, which is a project that is currently on, will tend to bring improved transparency into it, would allow Lagos State open the corridors as a result of that transparency for investments in the supply chain and in the logistic systems that ensures that our wastage levels go down, and therefore more food comes straight to the market, to the consumer, and thereby reducing and moderating downwards the prices. It will also put information at the disposal of our people, so they are able to negotiate better, they are able to take their position faster, and they are able to trade more efficiently in a marketplace, which tend to ensure that the price is more stable than unstable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I don't know if Tayo is online now, one of our panelists. Can somebody confirm if Tayo is online? Okay, I have another very interesting focus area to discuss about. Tayo, this is to you. I want to have your thoughts on building a multi-dimensional framework of accurate data collection and analytics as a source for insight to help policymakers, business, the media, and the general public. I would like to have your thoughts on that, Tayo.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me here today, and it's really always a joy to see Ndidi and Mark and to be with you all. I think this is a very important topic, so I was really excited to see it as the focus area for this year's conference, right? Look, I think as the other panelists have shared, there is a lot of value that a government can get by focusing on not just collecting data, but using it in an actionable way. In your question to me here, I think I would actually focus first on the government side of it, right? Because, it's one thing to get data from your citizens and for people to feel comfortable giving even sensitive data. But really, it's about how do we action it? How do we use that data to make life simpler for everybody? Right, and I think there's a lot of power in that. And I guess the one thing that I just want to say is that it could be a very daunting sort of task, right? So to the commissioner and his team, while it could feel very daunting that there's just so many places that we need to think about, I think it just gets started. And you think about the architecture of it and lay out a strong architecture that can be built on top of. And don't try to do too much at once, right? So for example, one thing Lagos has done very well, maybe this is one thing other states can actually really take from Lagos, is figuring out its taxation system, right? So you now have a lot of information on everyone, in terms of taxes and what people are paying. And so if you are able to then build on top of that, and start thinking about data warehousing of all this information that you're gathering from different sources. Lagos has also done very well with identifying people for their driver's license and things like that. I think you can then start building services on top and leveraging that information for good use to offer additional services to the citizens of Lagos State, right? So I think, I would bucket it in two ways. Is one, architect a good system, leverage what you have today, and as you build out additional services, think about how do you digitize government services so that you can collect data. Think about how do you digitize payments, right, of government services. I was glad to hear the commissioner mention that. In fact, that's a place that my company has worked with Lagos State on. You can now pay for all Lagos State services digitally through Paga, and something that we're very, very proud of that work. It took actually quite a while to build that out with the state. And then on top of that, think about how do you, digitize and measure outcomes, right, on top of this. And then what portions of this could you safely open up to private sector, right, while protecting the privacy of your citizens, but enable private sector to then innovate on top of the data that they have, right? Because the private sector will be able to take things even faster than the government probably can, right? And so I think this is where we have to be careful, but ultimately, this also leads to job creation, it leads to greater services, to the population, right, and simplifying everybody's life, right? So again, it's a massive problem, but I think it's like you take it one at a time, area by area, and really just go after it that way.
Thank you so much, Tayo. I think you are spot on. I have some questions from our viewers online. I would take a question from Oluwalanke, and this is the question. I would direct that to you, Tayo. How will data be collected, and how will authenticity of the data be ensured? What's your thought on that?
It's a very general question, right? So I think, again, in each area, it's a bit different. So I think, for example, we have the national, first of all, Lagos State is within a context of Nigeria, right? So we have the NIN, right? The National Identity Card. And all of us are registering for NIN. We're giving our fingerprints. We're doing all of that. By the way, I know Lagos State has its own ID card system as well, which I'm not supportive of, by the way. Right? I think that's a bit overkill. I think we have the NIN. I think we all key into that, right? And in everything, imagine in everything you do with Lagos State, when you're registering your car, when you're signing up for your tax ID, you actually have to validate your NIN, right? And Lagos State can now tie your NIN to all of that information. And as you go and register for different things with Lagos State, your NIN is also tied in. It gives the state government a singular view of Tayo, right? And they can see everything Tayo is doing with the state. And it allow the state to better focus its interventions to whatever they're doing, right? So I think, the question of how we validate the data really starts with a source of truth. What is that source of truth? And I think for all of us in Nigeria, we really all need to focus our energy around getting NIN to be the source of truth, right? There's just too many places where, I'm having to give my fingerprints, FIRS, I forget the name of the guys that you have to sign up before you become a director, to sign audited statements. You give your fingerprints again there. Why am I doing all of this? The banks, why can't I just have one place that is the source of truth across the country? And that we all know that it's done accurately and depend on that, right? And I think if from there on, you can then verify and find other ways to verify every information that you are given. So it really just depends on what the area is in terms of additional verification methods.
Thank you, Tayo. I have some more questions. I think this is to Sam. The structure of the question does not look like what Tayo or Ndidi or Mark will respond to. So I think it's a question to Sam on, do universities in Lagos State have internships with government and private sector companies? Yeah, do universities in Lagos State have internships with government and private sector companies?
Okay, I think that is, the answer is yes, right? But it's not working under a program, it's just open architecture, right? Today, we are collaborating with universities to do all kinds of things. We are today have launched an internship program, right, for Lagosians and those who are resident, generally those who are resident in Lagos. So I would say yes. Now, this internship program, which we are currently deploying, is different from the general other internships that come straight from the universities. So as Lagos State, we do accommodate interns from universities. And of course, we know, right, working with the private sector, that they do accommodate interns. But I'm saying in addition to that, we are beginning to see that one other challenge that unemployed people go through is the whole idea of experience. So today, we have launched a general internship program in Lagos State where we will take graduates through some process and test and then send them to our partner private sector and some government institution for internship. What that does is that it gives them immediate experience. And of course, if they do well in the course of that internship, those organizations can indeed hold them. And that will be happening on the bill of Lagos, because Lagos will be paying for those salaries, right, while they are training or while they are in internship or while they are working. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I would direct this question to Mark. I have a question from Ojo Emmanuel, and the question is, what are the specific steps with which data is being used to optimize transportation of food? Mark?
I think I'm the right person to answer that question.
I think we got Ndidi for that.
Yeah, I think Ndidi will know more about that than I.
So, Mark, I'm not sure I can hear you clearly. What are the specific steps with which data is being used to optimize transportation of food?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can try to answer that, Mark.
Please, yes.
Can you hear me, moderator? This is Ndidi.
Yes,
yes. Okay, I said I will take the question because I work in the agriculture sector. Mark passed the question on to me. First of all, I would say that we're not doing enough to track food flows across Nigeria. And we don't have enough data on transport and logistics. But there are a few companies in Lagos that are doing innovative things. One is called Kobo 360, and another one is called Lorry. And they basically use, GPS mapping, cell phones, and they track their drivers and they track their trucks. And they currently provide a lot of logistics support across the country, ensuring that obviously fertilizer and seeds can go from the large companies to the rural communities, and then produce can come to our processing sites in the cities. The challenge continues to be the inefficient road networks we have in Nigeria, the lack of feeder roads from rural communities to markets, the challenges on the roads with people being stopped across the board, and the fact that we haven't developed our rail networks, we haven't developed our waterways, and we still use very traditional packaging materials. The commissioner talked about 40 to 60% of fruits and vegetables going to waste. In 2020, we're still using baskets to pile tomatoes instead of crates. We're not using cold storage. Most of our markets and even aggregation centers and dry centers don't have cold storage. And energy costs are still really high. And all of this affects the cost of food and the cost of logistics. One entrepreneur I talked to said 40% of the cost of production goes just to transportation. And unless we address this and also invest in urban farming, we're going to continue to pay too much for food in Nigeria. So there's a huge opportunity to get data and to link rural communities to markets, leveraging market information, leveraging spot information, and creating commodity exchanges and commodity markets. And many countries across Africa are already doing it. And I just wanted to, since I have this moment, say that to the commissioner, that Rockefeller Foundation and AGRA are working very closely with the Nairobi government to actually create smart markets and redesign markets that are COVID-friendly and that will ensure going forward that they're efficient and effective. And I would love to connect you with some of these resources to enable Lagos to benefit from what other cities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, your thoughts?
Hello? Okay, yeah. Indeed, I would say that our hands are open. We would really want to collaborate. It's at the foundation of the ideology which this present government intends to pursue, collaboration. And so please bring it on. Let's arrange to see. But I will also say that generally there's going to be convergence of data sets. Right? I mean, we talked about the national ID system and the Lagos State ID system. Today, the Lagos State ID system is collaborating, right, with the national ID system. So it will merge at some point. So when you have a Lagos State ID and you are resident in Lagos, it will be equivalent to the national ID system and vice versa. Also to say that when we decided on the blue line and the red line, that decision was based on data and a lot of study as to how people are moving. And thankfully, the Honorable Commissioner for Transport is here. And so that design showed that we'll be moving a huge part of our arteries around that. When you now combine our payment system within the transportation systems, the touch and pay, which Mr. Governor talked about, and the general payment systems in Lagos, you're able to draw maps as to what people are consuming, where they are consuming, where they are needing it. Now, if you then combine it with what I talked about in terms of the market systems, which we are currently working on, you are able to then say where food is coming from into Lagos, who is bringing it, and where is it going, and who is consuming it. When you put all of that together, together with our geospatial data and all of that, you then begin to speak in terms of investments need to be made to create more efficiencies in our markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I will take the last question, and it's interesting. The question is from Lisa Gerard. The Lagos Port I think Sam will just take 1 minute on this question. Yes, just a minute. The question is, Lagos ports have had serious efficiency issues for decades. Are we getting any data for analysis?
Certainly, we have data, but it requires significant amount of collaboration with the federal government, talking about our ports. Those ports were designed 50 years ago or more. It's not expanded up till now. The systems around which you clock in trucks and clock out trucks remain a little bit inefficient, and we have this data. I'm sure the federal government have the same data. We just need to be, unfortunately, Lagos bears the brunt, right? Unfortunately, we need to get some middle ground position. We're trying to invest in trailer parks, and the amount of trailers that each park needs to get accommodate to get the trailers off the road. But in addition to that, you need to synchronize it with the port system. Because if you have all trailers parked and it's the trailers that are being called in and not the ones in the park, then you create another layer of confusion. I'm sure when the Honorable Commissioner for Transport, if he does get the opportunity to talk, he will tell you a little bit more as to what we're doing around trailer systems and the integration which we seek to achieve with the ports authorities.
Thank you, Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this plenary session. It's an honor to moderate this session, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy the rest of the program. Have a very good afternoon. Thank you.
Much. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together one more time for the plenary discussant. Thank you, and thank you. Once again, to all who are watching us online, do not forget to drop your questions as we will be answering them real time. It is now time for us to listen to the product talk. Imagine if all of us seated here are empowered. Not just empowered, but we are smartly empowered. These days, you could control your mobile device by just the touch of your wrists, and so on and so forth. We also have the Internet of Things when you walk into a modernized hotel room. But imagine what Microsoft can do. So, we're going to listen to the theme, Microsoft for Smart Cities, Empowered Citizens, Communities, and Governments. Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the country General Manager, Microsoft, Akin Banuso. Let's also not forget that for those of us who are online, you could continue to drop and also send in your messages. One more time, please. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Akin.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed, as they say in government. My name is Akin Banuso. I work for Microsoft. Our mission is to empower every person and individual and organization on the planet to achieve more. Today I want to talk about smart cities and Microsoft for smart cities. I don't know if you can see the presentation yet, but why do we want to talk about cities, and why do we talk about cities being smart? Okay, thank you. So, cities take up less than 3% of the Earth's surface, but we have roughly about 80% of GDP being generated by cities, 80% of the power consumption coming from cities, and most of the innovation comes out of cities. So when people connect, when people get together, you know, we're able to actually move the human race forward. Advance the next slide, please. So as I said, by 2050, some of the stats that we're seeing tells us that nearly 70% of the world's population will be living in a city of some sort. As we speak right now, there are new cities being built every day, and the current cities that we have they're expanding. So as the commissioner said before, Lagos, for example, is a mega city, one of very few across the world. These cities need to be smart. We need to be able to take care of the additional load that's coming in and make it more efficient. So data, as everyone has been saying before me, lies at the heart of the opportunity. The data has value, but only if we analyze it to produce new insights that will help us to improve the performance in urban areas. Next slide, please. So, what I'm going to talk about here is the challenges that face cities around the world. And they're all the same, you know. And this is data that we have gathered from working with our partners across the world, looking at smart cities. The challenges are always the same. It's transportation, it's sort of reducing congestion, it's getting people to work safely, it's security, it's infrastructure, overcrowding, and at the same time that you have overcrowding, you have inoptimal use of space. So if you can imagine during COVID, where Lagos State was able to very quickly work with private sector to make certain arenas available as quarantine locations, imagine you could do that on a larger scale, where you can match, you know, need with the people who need them. Energy. We're talking about reducing energy consumption, smart grids, water portability, availability, and, you know, the smart use of water. Water, actually, potable water happens to be one of the scarcest resources on the face of the earth, which is interesting, given that probably 60–70% of the Earth's surface is water, and you and I are probably mostly made up of water as well. Public health, you know, ensuring that the residents have good health care, and then waste management. So I point this out because these are the things that we see as the challenges for cities everywhere in the world, without a doubt. If you move to the next slide, and I wanted to show Lagos State's themes. It's not that different, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that the challenges that we face in Lagos State as a mega city and moving towards being a smart city are similar to the challenges we have everywhere else in the world. And we can learn, and we can contribute to what's going on. Next slide, please. And now I want to talk about the innovations that will enable these new opportunities. So in Microsoft, we have IoT solutions which can help connect infrastructures to better regulate traffic, for example, make emergency systems faster and more efficient, reduce police and emergency response times, and we give you access to a comprehensive portfolio of products, services, and solutions, which would make the most out of your IoT opportunities. So a lot of people have been speaking about IoT devices. And if you think about it, a lot of you and I are generating a lot of data. By 2025, I believe, it's estimated that we're going to be generating in the region of 175 zettabytes. Now, even though I work in technology, I can't imagine what a zettabyte is, right? We started with megabytes, gigabytes, you know, and we're going to be generating that much data. And that's coming from our devices and all of the interconnected devices that we have. We need to be able to make sense out of this. And this is why we need to have a smart city, which will be hyper-connected. Lagos State has already started that because you need that backbone, right, by having interconnectivity. Please build up to the slide to the next, and I'll talk through what it is that we do. And the idea here is that, as the commissioner was saying before, right, there's data everywhere. Please go back again. There's data everywhere. Yeah, if you just stop it there. And what we have been doing with our partners globally is we've built a cloud that is globally available, always on, 24/7, and is accessible and secure. And the idea there then is that you have your islands of data all over the place, and you're able to connect to that cloud to process what you need to do. So you move onto IoT, the signals which could be coming from the roads, could be coming from the street lights, could be coming from security cameras, could be coming from drones, mapping land, and you're able to aggregate all of that data and make sense of it. You're also able to have intelligence at the edge. So you offload things that you don't need the massive cloud compute power for. You can offload them and have them in local centers, local offices like this, with telecoms providers, and then you can quickly make judgments. So I'll give examples as we go along. And then you move on to having AI. Artificial intelligence allows us to make a lot of analysis, and a lot of AI actually is there to help human intelligence, right? So it's an augmentor, I would call it. So you can imagine you're taking millions of signals. You have cameras everywhere, and you want to pick out one thing. You cannot have an operator or 100 operators and expect them to always pick out everything. But AI can quickly sift through and then alert an operator to say, okay, look, zoom in here and look at this, and then move it further. And then the final thing on this slide that I want to talk about is digital twins, where we create living replicas of physical environments. And the beauty of this, and we're already seeing this, you know, I spoke to someone in government, and we said, imagine you're building a factory, or imagine, let's take a Lagos State example. You want to regenerate this whole area. You want to build roundabouts. You want to build new parks. When you start the process, you're not quite sure how all of those elements are going to interact with each other and what the effect will be. You think you know, but you don't know until you build it. So, for example, you've built the roundabouts, but you then don't know that as Lekki Expressway, as the volume of traffic increases, people start to build houses, those roundabouts actually then become a problem, and you then need to maybe change it again and put traffic lights. Digital twins will enable you to actually digitally build out all of that, put all the elements, and you can see in digital 3D format before you go and physically build. And that's the purpose of digital twins, for example. And all of these things build upon each other, and it's that having that data that enables us to do all of that. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So, this is an interesting one for me. So, we're talking about expectations changing. There are recent events that we're all aware of. as technology has enabled a new generation to grow up as active participants in the world, they're able to create and interact with things that are happening, content anywhere, anytime. So unlike when I was growing up, we were passive recipients of knowledge and things. The generation today are, as they say, Sorosoke, right? I'm an honorary Sorosoke. Yes, I'm a Gbenudake as well by age. But the point here is people nowadays expect more, right, from government. They expect that the government should be able to provide services to them in the way in which they're already getting it from commercial organizations. They expect that they should be able to make payments, as the commissioner said before, by touch, as the governor said. They expect that, actually, why do I need to wait 4 weeks and pay 4 different people to be able to get verification of a land document? I should be able to go online, make a payment, get access, and download it. And this is what we're talking about here. Expectations are changing. Government needs to go digital, and government is going digital. And that's part of the reasons, that's part of what being a smart city is, to be able to interact with customers as they need, where they are. So if I took an example of the events that happened a couple of weeks ago, one of the things that we saw out there was people organizing, people communicating, people sharing information. Now, when we get to the point that we're going to in Lagos State, what you will find is that the state itself already is building an infrastructure that allows citizens to collaborate, to participate in government, right? So if I'm going down my street and I see a very dangerous pothole, why shouldn't I be able to take out my smartphone, take a picture of it, and upload it, guys, and expect that within a few weeks someone's going to fix it, or a week, someone's going to fix it, you know? These are kind of services that we're going to get to, and that's what we're talking about, expectations changing. So, let's build to the next slide, please. So, citizens are expecting their governments to adapt to the new ways in which they interact, you know, and we know that meeting those demands are not easy. So here are some of the examples that we spoke about, you know. I, as a citizen, will expect a user-friendly mobile access to the government, right? Any service that I need, I want to do it on my mobile device. Well, mostly. But I know that my daughter, everything she wants to do, if it doesn't work on the mobile, then she doesn't want to know about it, right? And that's it. Banking is the same. We need government agencies to be able to cross-collaborate. So, as someone said before, I think it was Tayo, one of the speakers, I don't want to go to one government agency, fill out 10 forms, stamp my signature or do a thumbprint, and then go to another government agency and do the same thing all over again, and then keep doing that. We need cross-collaboration. We need secure data exchange. And that's part of what we're working towards now. Then from the government side, having that difficulty, the responsibility shouldn't only always be on the hands of government to anticipate what I need. So I need to be able to speak up and give input into government services. So there should be a way where I'll be able to go in and just say, look, why don't we do this like this? And I know the Twitter generation already do that. People believe that Jack Dorsey has the power to do and undo, but we need an easier way that is clearly defined, where I as a citizen can give my recommendation, and I should be able to track if a promise is made and a promise is kept, right? And then there are increased expectations regarding public services. Well, the budget hasn't increased. and we still keep needing those services. So that means, what that means in effect is that we need to be more effective and more efficient in the use of our resources that are scarce. Bill, to the next slide, please. And then the next after that. Because I want to talk about, very quickly, hyper-connected cities. So Lagos is a mega city. It's going to become a smart city. To be able to function as a smart city properly, you need to also be connected. And what we found is that there are different levels even when you're a smart city. So the cities that are hyper-connected tend to be faster. They tend to get better ROI on their investments because, and as you can see here, you'll unlock the greatest economic, business and social value by being hyper-connected, because you can imagine the departments being able to function and share information effectively and efficiently. So it's not a case of, I'll give you an example. There's a friend of mine said his mom had to travel to Abuja to go to the Ministry of Education to get some validation on a certificate. And they had to go to a vault, and they had to physically go find those files, and then when they found the files, then they had to transfer them to somewhere else and then get it accredited, and etc. Right? That's just one thing that you need to do. If I need to do something that needs to involve multiple agencies, imagine how many files have to be hand-moved from place to place, and the inefficiency and the time and the error that is possible there. So if we're hyper-connected, you find that you're able to really move things very, very quickly. And that's not only within government itself. This is between government and myself as a citizen, right? I'm able to then communicate. I can then leverage all of the things beneath there, right? So you'll have a whole host of connected citizens. And these are the things that would underpin it. Everyone has been talking, and you'll see this theme keeps recurring about data and analytics. There's going to be huge amounts of data coming from different partners, different organizations, from the banking sector, from the manufacturing sector, from education, from transport. And the beauty of this is that we have the technology which enables us to aggregate all of this data and make sense of it, and then use it in a way that will benefit the citizens. Let's move to the next one, please. So this is just very quickly talking about the multiplier effect in hyper-connected cities. So it makes sense. I don't think this is something that we need to convince Lagos State of again. Lagos State is a leader already looking to wire up the state. I mean, this is huge. Let's go to the next. So, why did I put this here? There's a vision. The vision is the state needs to become a smart city. To become a smart city, you need to be connected. To become a smart city and to be effective, you need to have data. But buying all the technology in the world doesn't actually get you there. This will get you there. Getting all the stakeholders on board. And the stakeholders are not just government employees. They're not just elected officials. There are business leaders and the average citizen. We all have a part to play in this, right? Let's move on to the next one. So this here is just talking about the most common obstacles that we've seen across the world, okay, and across the different regions. And you can see here, you know, in Western Europe, it's slightly different. In the Middle East, again, you know, you have something different. In Africa, it's interesting that 100% of it is about getting support from citizens and stakeholders. That that ought to tell us something about where we spend a lot more of our effort, right? Because there's no point building something shiny and great if no one's going to use it. Let's move on to the next. So this is where I talk about how fantastic the company I work for is, and just tell you about our experience. We've been empowering government agencies for the last 40-odd years, at least since I knew about what Microsoft was. I'd love to say that it was since before I was born, but unfortunately I can't say that, so I'd be lying. But we are working with well over 16,000 communities across the world, and we work in not only in what you would think were traditional technology-related areas. We have a huge focus on scaling. We have a mature partner program, and I want to talk about this partner program because I see it as something that is neglected. It's an area where we strive to sign up partners, and those partners don't have to be huge. They can be 1, 2, 3, 5 people companies where we will give training to people. So as we speak today, I'm hoping that Microsoft, we can sign up partners not only in Lagos State, but in other parts of Nigeria, where people will become empowered, and you can learn the skills and then go help your community. So think back to our mission statement, empowering every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. The point of it is there is a lot that we can offer to help you help people around you. For the last 5 years or so, we've been investing $1 billion annually in security solutions. And then you can see 16 billion in research and development. Let's move on to the next. And then the next. And this is just talking about our smart cities initiatives. Most of the people on there are also Microsoft partners, by the way. Let's move on to the next. So, we focus on 3 key topics for government customers, okay? Which is how we engage and connect with citizens, how we modernize the government workplace, and how we enhance government services. And it's really straightforward. You will see when we talk about engaging and connecting with citizens in terms of solutions that we have that run off of our Azure cloud, like sentiment analysis. So for a few years, we've been able to if you have security cameras or any other cameras and you upload that feed, you're able to analyze the sentiments of people and understand whether people are getting agitated or they're having a good time. So, you know, people, law enforcement, hearing a noise, you know, and just turning up, you might be able to decipher that, okay, they're shouting, but the shouts may be shouts of joy versus, you know, something else, right? So there's an example there. And then modernizing government workplace speaks for itself. I mean, we spoke about some of the solutions that you could deploy in government in enhancing government services to people. So if we move to the next slide, I'm just going to whiz through this. I think we've got, so engaging customers and engaging citizens who are the customers of the government is basically all about giving citizens what they want, where they want it, and when they want it. So someone like me, I tend to sleep in 3-hour bursts. And I wake up after sleeping for 3 hours, maybe 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., and that's when I remember, oh, I need to do this before I can get back to sleep again. Or I need to register for my COVID test. You know, I want to be able to do that, and I can do that now, right? I can do that. I can go online and register for that. They want faster response and quicker times. Next slide, please. This is an example that of a city of Tel Aviv, actually, where Tel Aviv became a smart city, Tel Aviv in Israel, building off of the Azure cloud. They've been able to digitize most of their services to the citizens. And I know that we don't have the time here, but a lot of the products that they used, a lot of the solutions that they were able to deploy were such that they didn't have to go out and acquire a huge amount of infrastructure. We'll go to the next, please. So, modernizing the government workplace. So we spoke already about automating time-intensive processes and then increasing the agility and mobility. We can tap the power of data to anticipate and solve problems, which we mentioned earlier, right? Applying advanced analytics, which would make the government able to make faster decisions. If we had the data points, as we do now, we're starting to gather, we make that available across agencies. So healthcare, outcomes, we can link that to what's happening with transportation. We can link that again back to why people are waking up early in the morning or looking at the patterns of what's happening with data, right? So why do you have, you know, gridlock at a certain point, at a certain time, and what can we do to ease it? What businesses are running? What services do we need to provide? Let's move to the next. The next, yeah, okay. So this is what I spoke about earlier. I said, you know, I spoke about transformation and coordination within and across agencies. This is very, very important, right? So you want to be able to centralize communication and coordination so that you can overall provide an enhanced service to the citizenry. This cannot be overemphasized. And I'm going to whiz through this now because I know I've taken up a lot of time. Can we go to the next 4 slides, please, if you move forward? Yeah, okay. So, we've spoken about a lot about data, and I just want to come to rest here for a bit and just look at this. This is about our IoT product portfolio. And we have Internet of Things solutions, and if you look at across verticals, you've got manufacturing, retail, agriculture, energy, for smart cities, healthcare, and transportation. In fact, very interestingly, we're talking to NISAL about deploying a very innovative solution that we've worked with the Indian government and agencies on, helping small-scale farmers at scale to be able to improve the yield of their crops. And if you think about the challenge of agriculture for small-scale farmers, the problems that they face are numerous, from pestilence to weather, right? They don't know when to plant. And what we were able to do was, working with the power of Azure, able to actually help them actually predict to the day the right time to plant, and then send out blast messages in local language. I'm going to leave it here for now because I know that there's a couple other speakers to come. Thank you very much for the time, and it was fun. Thank you.
A warm round of applause for Mr. Akinban, so Country Manager, Microsoft. I did feel like I was back in computer studies class, given my background in education. I learned zettabyte. I've only heard about tetrabyte. I also learned phygital, where the lines are blurred between the physical and the digital. And finally, digital twins. I think that was the one that interested me the most. having a digital replica. So I guess if I'm really hungry and I want that afang soup that my co-host spoke about yesterday, I could have that digital replica. I wonder how it will taste though. But yes, thank you very much for that very comprehensive product talk. And I believe that the audience will find it very useful given the amount of government officials we have here. And the examples were so spot on. We still have our third and final keynote session coming up. And right after that is the breakout sessions across...
Silva serves as a Principal Investment Officer and Global Cities Lead.
Sorry, can we just... So right after the breakout sessions, we'll have a presentation from the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. He was meant to be here yesterday, but he's going to be here today. So would like for the speakers for the breakout sessions, if they can just make their way to the back to have their sound fixed, so to get mic'd up. So once it's time for the breakout session, we don't waste any more time and we can finish on time. We do appreciate all our online viewers, our virtual viewers, and we're keeping to time as much as possible. And we'll finish the day with Collaborate Lagos and Ideathon, which we hope will generate the kind of data that will set the foundation for that smarter Lagos. So at this point, we'll be watching the introductory video of our keynote speaker, which will be followed on by the keynote presentation.
Lisa da Silva serves as a Principal Investment Officer and Global Cities Lead at the International Finance Corporation, IFC, a subsidiary of the World Bank Group. In more than 2 decades at the IFC, Lisa has established IFC's blended finance units with climate investment funds, CIF, won IFC's first innovation award, and established IFC's Africa Cities platform. She continues to develop numerous solutions to address pressing urban challenges around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa da Silva.
A warm round of applause for Lisa da Silva, our third and final keynote speaker.
Good morning. IFC's Global Cities Lead. And I want to say a big thank you for having me to speak at the Art of Technology Lagos 2.0 conference. When it was determined earlier this week that I would be recording this session and it would be 30 minutes long, I thought, how am I going to keep people's attention for 30 minutes? And then I realized that I'm actually speaking at an innovation conference where being out of the box and finding new solutions is part of the objective. And so I decided to be a little bit out of the box with a keynote speech and invite 2 of my colleagues with a lot of experience to come and help me make a couple of interventions. And so I will invite them through, in a little bit. Today, I wanted to speak to you about IFC's vision for smart city development and how it can help achieve urban goals, the importance of establishing an enabling environment, and the importance of establishing a roadmap for implementation of those goals and the vision. So let's start at the context of where we are right now, post-COVID. What are we seeing? We're seeing subnational revenues declining. The World Bank is estimating 15 to 25% of revenues, subnational revenues are going to decline. At the same time, we're seeing an increase in expenditures, both for healthcare and for social needs. And this is going to put more than 70 million people into extreme poverty in 2020 alone. So what does this mean for cities? It means cities are going to have to learn how to do more, how to increase access and deliver their services with less funding over the next few years. Digital solutions, we're expecting to be a significant part of the solution in helping cities achieve the goals of doing more with less. We are seeing varied impacts on capital expenditure programs. For example, in Colombia, they approved their capital investment plan in May to ensure access to public transport. In Kenya, on the other hand, they reduced their capital investment expenditure plans by 70% for their 4 largest projects. In general, we are expecting capital investment to decline over the next coming years. So I wanted to give an example of different cities and their different objectives and how unique they are, and how cities are using digital solutions to address those challenges. In San Leandro, California, many people would have seen pictures like the ones on the screen. This is September 2020. This is due to forest fires. The largest forest fires in California were seen this year, and they've been getting worse and worse. So what has the administration done to address this challenge? They've now put in sensors and cameras throughout the forests and are using drone technology to be able to constantly monitor their fires and be able to address those immediately and in a short period of time. In other cities and in other cases, there are going to be different challenges and objectives. How to improve energy efficiency and reduce costs in public buildings and public expenditure. How can you use sensors to reduce water losses, to detect leaks and address water losses? How can you increase access to important services like healthcare and education using digital technology and create jobs, because everybody's looking for a way to recover, economically recover post-COVID. Of course, digital solutions don't come without challenges. We know that data privacy and security is a big issue, and I expect that you'll be hearing a lot about that during the conference. So from our perspective at IFC, it starts with, our smart city development starts with a really strong vision and thoughtful planning. And in this case, Lagos is way ahead of many cities with the launch of a very thorough vision and master plan last year in December. We're looking at the foundational pillars. So what are the foundational pillars for establishing a really strong city? It starts with regulations. The regulatory environment needs to enable digital solutions, whether that be enabling the digital infrastructure to be laid, or whether it allows telehealth or digital health solutions to be used and applied. It requires the infrastructure, so you can't actually roll out digital health if you don't have the basic connectivity there to allow it. And it requires skills. And skills it's not only to develop the solutions, but also to be able to utilize the apps and the technology as a user and as a client for some of these digital solutions. And then, of course, we need the data analytics and the platforms to allow the processing of that information to make it useful. Scaling also requires a few different applications and technologies. Connectivity, mobile penetration is important. Can you have smart applications? Yes, you can pay your bills online, but without the proliferation of mobile phones, you're not going to get the uptake into marginalized communities or the kind of reach or the applications of ride hailing it when you're at the bus stop. So that's very important for scaling. Similarly, open data platforms. Yes, cities can keep their data to themselves and develop solutions to address specific urban challenges, but you're not going to unleash the potential of your citizens to develop solutions and of your private sector to develop solutions without open data platforms. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more later. And then fintech. The ability to pay bills online allows commerce to happen in areas that wouldn't otherwise happen. If you are in that informal sector, being able to sell your goods over a mobile app and to have payments made online is a really important enabler for growth of your economy. And so with that, I wanted to invite my colleague, Carlo Maria Rosotto. He's our global head of upstream telecom, media, and technology business. And I wanted to ask you, Carlo, can you help us understand why is digital infrastructure so core to the development of smart city solutions? And what are the most important considerations in implementing digital infrastructure?
Thank you very much, Lisa, and very happy to be here. Indeed, broadband internet connectivity is definitely a key prerequisite. We can think about hyperconnectivity. Hyperconnectivity is universal high-speed internet access. It's a major driver of digital transformation, of the transformation of those sectors that are core to the digital journey of a city. We can think about urban transport, urban mobility, and other sectors. So gigabit connectivity is provided by fiber and is provided by the evolution of mobile towards densified 4G networks and 5G networks. And as you said before, these networks support the development and diffusion of multi-sided digital platform in an urban environment. We can think about ride sharing to tourism and other applications. It's very important that a city established a robust and inclusive digital infrastructure so that these platforms and their benefits are shared by the whole population. And these platforms are really the pulse of a modern city economy. If we think about, for example, here in the United States, over 2 million IT jobs are created by cloud computing alone in cities, and a multiple of that amount is the jobs that are created by advanced internet and cloud infrastructures, from design to creative industries, ride-sharing, tourism, and other. Another point that is very important is that digital connectivity in a city should not be looked at in isolation. It should be looked by the cluster of technologies that this connectivity enables. So for each digital generation of digital infrastructure, there are clusters of enabling complementary technologies. For example, sensors and IoT can power smart meters in a 4G environment. Drones, augmented reality can unleash 5G for urban mobility, for tracking of fleet of buses, and so on. So one important enabler, we think, for the implementation of connectivity, as you said, is regulations, is the regulatory environment. And here in Nigeria, we can see that Nigeria has established so many of those positive conditions that boost the development of advanced data infrastructure. Nigeria has a competitive sector in telecom. It's a well-regulated telecom industry, a sector that supports multiple mobile, towerco, and broadband operators. And it's thanks to these policies that today in Nigeria we see that there are multiple exciting investment opportunities in digital infrastructure. We see opportunities in small cell operators, in data centers, in cloud services, but also in Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. These are all the advanced digital infrastructure segments that are really strengthening the foundations for smart city development. And I want to stress they are here, they are today in the Nigerian market. Also, it's very important that Nigeria keeps this agile, competitive regulatory framework that has enabled private sector to flourish and to grow. And we need to consider that the sector is moving towards higher needs of fiber infrastructure, especially at city level, and this densification of the mobile infrastructure with small cells and 5G networks has an impact on regulation. When you have small, dense cells, distributed antenna systems, every point of presence in a city becomes such an important key asset. So it's important that national government and local city governments introduce and strengthen infrastructure sharing regulations. This makes every city asset an important asset for the development of digital infrastructure. You can have a portion of the water system that can be used to develop fiber networks. You can have rooftop places, traffic lights that can host small antennas. All of these are assets that are essential for the development of the modern digital infrastructure. So what it means for regulations, to continue to have simple regulations, maybe digital infrastructure maps so that investors can leverage on the existing infrastructure, have easy permits and a good business environment that is conducive to investment, and while respecting, of course, the safety and environmental regulations. And in this respect, I want to say IFC has launched 2 global upstream platforms to support fiber solutions to waste and water systems and through small cells investments. It's a very exciting environment, and we would be very happy to deploy these platforms in Nigeria and elsewhere on the African continent.
Thank you, Carlo. So my takeaway from that is that if I want to just pay my bills online, I may only need 3G. But if I want to do something more complex, or if there's a city I want to do port logistics, I'm going to need more sophisticated capacity on my digital infrastructure. So the understanding the importance and the complexity of what my objectives are as a city, and being able to decide what is the ideal type of infrastructure and where we're going to deploy it, has important implications on the solutions that I'll be able to deploy. Thank you. I think we've also discussed that the infrastructure is one of many important enabling factors. The other part is our people, and how do we leverage data and innovate and to build solutions. And for that, I would like to invite my colleague, Ala Morrison. Ala Morrison is a program manager in IFC's Sustainable Investment Advisory Services. Ala, what do we mean when we talk about inclusivity, and why is it important to implement a strong ecosystem for smart city development?
Thank you, Lisa. I'm delighted to be here. Let me start by saying that by inclusivity, we mean equal access to infrastructure and services, both physical and digital, to all residents of a city. And that includes youth, includes women, includes marginalized groups, for example, people with disabilities. We know that about 15% of the world's population lives with disabilities. And new technologies, smart technologies, have offer new ways to tackle these challenges. By inclusivity, we also mean offering all residents equal access to economic opportunities, to jobs. And finally, including citizens in designing and implementing solutions to cities' challenges. So I would say inclusivity is extremely important for cities to really maximize their return on investment in smart technologies. Including all residents increases a city's livability. And why does it matter? Because a livable and inclusive city attracts residents, it attracts visitors, it attracts investors, and it really is a basis for cities' competitiveness. So what can cities do to improve equity and inclusivity? There are a number of ways. First, they can support development of new technology services for the aging, for vision challenged, for people with other disabilities, to improve their access to infrastructure and services. We're also seeing cities building into their procurement policies a requirement that new technology services must be acceptable to all citizens, including marginalized groups. Another thing that cities can do is open up their data and provide a user-friendly platform for everyone to access and use the data in the digital format. Why is it important? I can think of at least 4 ways. First, entrepreneurs and companies in smart cities around the world, like Barcelona, Tel Aviv, New York, Buenos Aires, have been building applications with the city's open data that help improve mobility, including for people with disabilities, for women, improve education and healthcare services. So engaging, like you said, Lisa, engaging a city's diverse talent pool in helping the city solve its problems is really a true sign of a smart city. It's not really all about how many sensors or CCTV cameras a city has. Second, open data not only helps improve access to services, it also helps create jobs. For example, when about 10 years ago, Transport for London opened its data, 600 applications were created. And these applications are being used by 43% of Londoners, and over 80% of the city's residents have accessed the data online. A recent study by Deloitte also showed that 500 high productivity jobs were directly resulting from this open data were created, and many more indirectly in the supply chain. The study also found that there was a significant return on investment. For £1 million in annual cost, the city gets £130 million in economic returns each year from the open data program, just for the Transport for London. Finally, there are many benefits like improved transparency, accountability, which significantly contribute to building trust with the residents. So data, as we know, is a new type of a very valuable asset. It's been compared to oil, to gold. So equal access to data through open data really becomes a question of equal economic opportunity. And that's why it's so important to open the data, to empower the young generation of digital natives to access this data, to build solutions, to really participate in the digital economy and not leave them behind. That is why IFC has been supporting cities around the world with open data initiatives. For example, in Izmir, Turkey, we helped the city develop an open data strategy and roadmap and build capacity of the municipal open data task force. In Almaty, Kazakhstan, IFC has helped the Biking Association of Citizens analyze open data from bike rental services and other sources to prioritize routes for new biking infrastructure. And these recommendations have been included in the city's infrastructure development strategy. By the way, we're seeing now with COVID a lot of interest from cities around the world in making the cities more accessible by making them more walkable, more friendly to biking. So we're seeing, for example, Chennai is adding 100 kilometers in bike lanes, Bogota 70 kilometers, Jakarta has introduced car-free days, and Paris is working on creating a 15-minute city. In Mongolia, IFC has partnered with Ulaanbaatar Innovation Center to train students on data analytics and to catalyze development of innovative data-driven applications. In Accra, Ghana, we are working with the Technology School and Business Incubator to empower digital entrepreneurs to solve problems in mining communities using data. We see in Africa no shortage of talented, digitally savvy young people who have innovative ideas that can help their communities. Talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. So with Africa's population on track to nearly double by 2050, and with young people expected to constitute 75% of workforce by 2025, but at the same time, we know that they're 3 times more likely to be unemployed. Digital economy provides a huge opportunity for jobs. A recent IFC Google report estimates that digital economy will contribute 180 billion to Africa's economy by 2025. And the young generation of digital natives is particularly well positioned to take advantage. So smart cities should open their data, actively build innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems to create job opportunities for all, including youth, women, and marginalized groups, to make sure that digital economy lifts them up and not leaves them behind. And by the way, IFC has a new report coming out on inclusive smart cities and engaging community through open data. So please look out for it. Over to you, Lisa.
Ala, thank you. I think this last point that you're making is very important. How do we look at citizens not only as innovators, but also as the clients and the recipients of the solutions that we have. By looking at marginalized communities, informal sector, how can we grow the client base? If we can draw them into the economy, we grow our client base. If we lift them up, it ultimately results in improved revenues for governments. It leads to quality of life. Let me say something provocative here, because I know the Bata story and the entrance of Bata shoes into Africa can be controversial. But what they did really well was they identified a market opportunity to sell shoes in Africa when nobody else saw the opportunity. And I challenge all of you to find the opportunities to bring in and incorporate those parts of society that aren't part of your economy today, and look at them as your clients, as your innovators, as your talent pool, because I think that's what's going to lift all of our economies up through data and technology, and the open data really enables that. I know that a lot of cities struggle with talent, and it's been interesting looking at Los Angeles. In 2018, they were looking for a data scientist and data analyst, and nobody applied for the jobs because the talent didn't exist. And so what they did was form memorandums of understanding with university pools. So by soliciting and bringing in university students, it's a win-win. They're developing experience, and the city was actually getting jobs done that they needed to get done. And so I think that that's a great solution as well. Now, implementing projects and your data strategy is not simple, and it does require thoughtful establishment of a roadmap, thinking about the needs and the solutions and the challenges that you have as a unique city, prioritizing and sequencing the interventions that you need to make, whether those are investment projects, whether those are shifts in your policies or procedures to open up and enable markets, identifying the early wins, especially post-COVID. What are the interventions that can reduce costs for the cities? Can you reduce energy efficiency in your public buildings? And then how do you coordinate among the multiple stakeholders that are involved, public and private sector, academia, NGOs? How do you coordinate among them to enable the rollout of projects? Because what we know is that some investments in the private sector, like expansion or upgrading of digital infrastructure, enables additional investments in things like digital healthcare or education, smart traffic management systems. In the medium term, we do expect finance to be challenging. There's a lot of uncertainty in the recovery of the market. Private sector is hesitating in some of the big infrastructure projects. And in the medium term, it's going to be very possible that the risk balance between public and private may shift a little bit. Whether there be national governments or city governments may need to step in the short term with guarantees, but at the same time thinking about how do you effectively use your government dollars to catalyze private investment. That's going to be key. And this is where I think IFC has been seeing a lot of demand from our clients for support during this time when they were able to access markets. We just supported Ecorolini in one of their bonds in the last 6 months, where normally they wouldn't need to come to IFC. We're exploring creative methods of finance in this period. How do we look at hybrid PPPs, where there is a shift of the investments between public and private sector finance? We're looking at the creation of asset management companies, and how do you look at land value capture alternatives? How does a city utilize the land that it has in a more effective way to catalyze private investment? I think that while this is an opportunity for many cities or this is an opportunity for many cities post-COVID to reassess their investment plans, to reassess how they view their citizens and the opportunities they want to provide. And for cities like Lagos, who are actively engaging and taking on the challenges post-COVID of developing a smart city, of rolling out digital transformation, they're going to see the benefits in a very short time. IFC is here to help, and I want to thank you for letting me speak with you today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do much better, so let's please put our hands together one more time. Thank you very much.
Yes, I believe speakers are already getting mic'd up. Probably everyone has mic'd up because we had quite a bit of time. We want to go into our breakout sessions, and we only have 45 minutes, I believe, right?
That's right.
And we'll be very strict with time today because we do have the Deputy Governor of Lagos State coming to address us and then finishing the day off with the Ideathon Collaborate Lagos. So for everyone who is interested in my favorite, can you guess what my favorite is?
I know, it's education.
Yes, education. So everyone who is interested in the education breakout sessions should remain in this hall, and everyone else, they are clearly labeled, and we have, I think yours is healthcare.
Yes, I love healthcare, by the way, but I would prefer tech. That was yesterday, okay?
Oh.
But I'll also go for transportation, okay? Because I see myself owning Johansson Keke Napep, digital AI.
Yeah.
That's the future there.
That is the future. And we also have agriculture and energy and environment. So I believe there's something for everyone. Healthcare, education, energy and environment, transportation and traffic management, and agriculture. So please, everyone who is here, I believe, wants to be part of the education.
So let's reiterate.
Breakout?
The breakout sessions are 5 in number. We have 5. Here in this hall, the main hall, is for education. So if you want to attend the breakout session for education, please remain inside this hall. Remain in this hall. But if you want to attend the others, such as healthcare, energy and environment, transportation, traffic management, which is very key, agriculture as well, please, you would find the breakout session or the rooms just outside of this hall, to your right and also to your left.
And to all our virtual viewers who have stayed with us, please do not go anywhere because all breakout sessions will also be streaming online at aotlagos.com/live. So please stay back and join the breakout session. I think the virtual viewers have a bit of an advantage because you could slip in and slip out of different breakout sessions without really getting noticed.
That's right.
So if you're for education, please just remain in the hall, the other ones. Please remember that we have exactly 40 minutes. It's about 1:51 now, so if I do the math, we have till 2:32.
Okay. And we're also going to announce that you would be given a headset, all right? Please, when you have them, ensure that after use, you do return them. I think yesterday, I must say, we all tried by returning them. So let's also do the same today, all right? Quick announcement again, distinguished guests. If you want to attend the breakout session for education, it is holding here in the main hall. For the others, such as healthcare, energy and environment, transportation, traffic management, and agriculture, you'll find them outside of this hall. There are segmented halls outside of this hall, and they are rightly labeled. So check the labels, and then you can attend which one you prefer. But please do not forget, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that we have just 45 minutes. So we're pleading to all the panelists to take note that we have just 45 minutes for each and every breakout session.
Yes, and for those of you who are just waiting here for the education panel to start, please use this opportunity to engage with us across our social media platforms. Let's see your videos, your tweets, your pictures, hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, and hashtag Smarter Lagos.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We will be back to inform each and every one of us on our timing. So right now, let's also use the opportunity to announce the panelists that will be handling education here with us. So for those who are here with us, we believe that you are keen and ready to attend the panel session on education. And who do we have?
We have Eyitayo Ogumola, founder of UTIVA. We have Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Lagos State.
We also have Otto Orondam, founder Slum to School Africa. And not forgetting too, we have Adeye Oluwaseun Shobo, a founder of the International Teachers Network. And lastly,
Godson Ogumka will be the moderator, and he is the co-founder and CEO of Pan-African Spark.
That's right.
I believe the headsets will soon start getting passed around. I see people already holding them, getting them fitted. Please remember to return them once the session is over. And I believe our job here is done
That's
till
right.
the Deputy Governor arrives.
That's right. So please do well to enjoy the breakout sessions, distinguished guests.
Is there any... There's supposed to be a video for them. Okay. This is your face.
Please can we have the microphones of the hosts switched off? Thank you.
So all our education panelists, please will appreciate if you can come to the stage. I think we can give them a warm round of applause as they come to the stage. We've introduced every one of them.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
and I know the people I'm going to be asking these questions. So, Mr. Utiva, flip my slide, please. Next slide. Okay, I'll start with Otto Orondam. You run Slum to School, and the amazing work you do through helping young, children in disadvantaged communities in the slum areas, through, learning, programs. I've seen even your partnership with, Domino's and different, platforms to provide support. Amazing work you're doing. So how are you doing what you're doing? And how do you think you need to amplify on data to reach more people? Is there a place for government that you need to be fixed to ensure that the work you do takes the proper part?
Thank you very much. I like the question. You say, how do you do what you do? If I'm going to answer that question, we won't be done today. But I think it's a very important question, and I would like to say, I'd like to begin by saying that, I love to say that for every nation to be truly prosperous and for every society to actually thrive and prosper, it needs to have a clear vision, a very clear and intentional decision to say, we want to succeed. And if we want to succeed, these are the steps we will take. Intentionality is very important. I've had so many conversations here today around data, technology, and the Internet of Things. It's important for us to know that that in itself is just a means to an end. And when I say means to an end, it is not the end. Technology is just an enabler. Data is just a tool. What is that end? And you see, today, as a nation, we have been where we are for so many years, going in circles because we do not have a clear destination. We do not have a clear direction. We do not have a clear intention. I always like to ask this question, what is the vision of Nigeria? Because when you ask these questions, it makes us actually think, to ask ourselves, why do we then need data? Why do we then need to deploy technology? To what end? It's very important to know that what we see today is actually a result of several years of action or inaction. We are a very, very fast-growing nation. In fact, Nigeria is the fastest-growing nation in the world. We have a growth rate of over 2.5%, and this was in 2017. So right now, it definitely has increased. It means that we are growing faster than China, than India, than the United States, than Brazil, than most of these nations that are higher than us in population. So the question is, what are we doing with this growth population, or with this fast-growing population? In 2050, 30 years from now, we will be the third most populous nation in the world. That's data. We're going to be just after Brazil, after China and India. And so the question is, what are we going to be doing with 400 plus million people? What will Lagos State be doing with close to 50 million people? What's the traffic situation going to be like? You can see on your data, you told us that in our public schools, we have about 1 million students, learners. And Lagos State has about 1,010 public primary schools from your data. It also shows that in the private schools, we have about 15,000 public private schools with about 1.3 million students, learners. So when you compare 1,000 and 15,000, 1 million and 1.3 million, it tells you something. That the public schools are overcrowded. It tells you that the public schools are underfunded. And so this is important data. How are we maximizing that data to ask ourselves, in the future of Lagos, what is it going to be like? How are we ensuring that we are preparing the young people for that future? In fact, what is that future going to be like? What are the jobs we want to see? Data tells us today that in the next 10 years, over 80% of the jobs have not been invented. So when we look back 10 years ago, over 40% of the jobs we have today were not in existence. There There were no jobs, around the tech industry as we have today, where you say social media manager, a content developer. My very good friend here, most of the jobs that they create from their company were not in existence 10 years ago. So what are we educating our young people for the future of work? I think these are very intentional conversations that we should have. And at Slum to School, we understand that when you give a child a digital device, that transforms that child's life. When the pandemic broke out, so many of our learners who come from some of the most underserved communities across the country, and most importantly across Lagos State, the likes of the Takwa Bays, the Epes, the Makokos, the Ajegunles, the Barigas. These are, young people who are who are innately smart. We say that talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. There is no child who is less intelligent than any other child. What is not available is the equal opportunity. And so many times we judge monkeys by their ability to swim and judge fishes by their ability to climb trees. So you see a child who is very smart in the sciences, but he's forced to learn arts. You see a child who is very smart and very intelligent in theater, but he's forced or she is forced to pass mathematics. So that child will continuously feel inferior. The child is not being maximized. And it's very important that, we realize that digital devices, technology, will be applicable to every career. But it's important to help young people understand what their interests are, what the future of work will be, and how they can start plugging into it. A number of things happened during the pandemic. When we realized that so many of our kids, even when there was a lockdown, they were still going out to hawk for their parents because that's the only way they can make money. They were going out to sell. Many of them were in abusive homes. And so we realized that whilst all the elitist schools were having the virtual classes and the virtual classrooms, these kids were not learning. And so it was a huge decision for us to go out and find a way to bridge that gap. We were able to build the first virtual learning classroom in Nigeria and also in Africa, a classroom where young people can actually learn in real time. We provided digital devices for, hundreds of kids, got thousands of kids on a cluster learning program, provided laptops for teachers. It was a very tough decision trying to do this in a pandemic. But we realized that that's really transformed the lives of these children. I could go on and tell testimonies of how digital literacy or digital technology has given those kids an opportunity to explore the world. In fact, one of our learners built a social distance alert device. A child in Makoko, when you get too close to someone, the device starts beeping. And this is a child who you would have never expected could have done such a thing. We saw so many children whose confidence just rose, who had access to the same opportunity that every other child from the elitist homes had. And so it's important that when making decisions, we are very intentional in ensuring that we bridge the gap of inequality. Because, like one very important quote I always say from a Greek philosopher, that he said that when the poor have nothing to eat anymore, they will eat the rich. If we are not intentional about helping and supporting those young people in the underserved communities, in the slums, in the remote villages, someday, we wouldn't be able to build walls to bridge the gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otto. You've shed a lot of light in this particular scope. And talking about, data utilization in decision making. Next slide, please. Okay, this is still coming to you. Talking about, data utilization in decision making. And, we have a lot, this plethora of data that is poorly utilized. We go to institutions, we go everywhere, and data is collated. And this collation of data does not transform properly to proper utilization and, for decision making, just like you've just rightly pointed out, So how do we effectively foster and integrate technology in changing classroom education style?
I know we're running out of time, so I'll just answer this quickly.
Okay.
Trying to look from the analogy to give. Okay, so let's even go above the primary school or the secondary school. Let's go to the university. If I should ask in the room here, we all went to the university, I believe, maybe 90% of us. how many of you are studying, how many of you are practicing the courses you studied in school? We might get maybe 20% or 30%, and this is real life information. We did a little study in one or two universities, and we realized that less than 30% of students who studied microbiology were actually practicing. So many of them were makeup artists, some of them were fashion designers. Less than 35% of those who studied biochemistry were actually doing something related to biochemistry. Now, this is a reality. And so when you have such data, in fact, are we even intentional about conducting such research to inform the decisions that universities are making? To say, okay, if we see that 75% of the students who came out of this department are not practicing 5 years after graduation, what are we not doing right? What is the future of work? How are we ensuring that we are actually incorporating programs, courses? Today, if you want to go, in fact, majority of the major skills, we call them blue-collar jobs. They have to go to the technical colleges. And to go to a technical college, it means that you're less value than those who go to the universities. And this is basically what the society tells us. You're going to get a HND, you're going to get an OND. To go to a college of education where the teachers even have to go to learn to get an NCE, you need to score 80 over 400 in JAMB. So it is intentionally designed to attract the least qualified. And so when you see that when you see such reality, it's important information, it's important data, it's important analytics to help governments make the right decisions in helping build the society. And that's why you see so many times, I know the current administration is working so hard, but it's important that we all as individuals come together and start finding out ways to collaborate, how we can bring this information to the fore to enable effective decision making. What's the future of work going to be like? And how are we ensuring that today's classrooms are changing and we are currently having the present classroom educational style being prepared or being designed to feed to feed that market in the next decade?
Thank you so much. You've answered well. I'll still push this to you. Looking at what you're doing presently, I am interested in knowing, is there a space, is there a place where you want government intervention to legalize or amplify what you're doing? We have this challenge imminent everywhere. You are focusing on, the slums areas. Now, the government has a plan, but also we're talking about collaboration here. Collaboration forces between the public and the private. So is there a space where you think the government has to feature properly to ensure that your deliveries get to the maximum?
I'll say these conversations are already being had because the Present Honorable Commissioner for Education is very much involved in a number of things we do. Now, over the years, we've seen, when you see that data over there, that says 15,000 schools in Lagos State teach about 1.3 million learners. Over 80% of those schools are what we call low-income private schools. The private schools, we call them mushroom schools, even in the slums. What you call pay as you go. A child pays 50 naira per day. So you realize that those schools, even though they might not have very qualified teachers, extremely beautiful classrooms, what the Ministry of Education in the past used to have as a standard before you own a private school, they would never have it. But are they teaching? Are they bridging a gap? Yes, they are. Are they solving a problem? Yes, they are. And so conversations around ensuring that such schools are recognized and supported and encouraged. In fact, a system of grading. You have the Coronas, you have the St. Saviours, you have the Middle Halls, you have, the British International. They can be in a Class A. You can have a Class B, a Class C. Even if those schools are in a Class D, let us identify them. Let us start finding out ways that we can ensure, because millions of children who are even undocumented and not under your data go to those schools. And if we really want to ensure that every young person is educated, because basic education is the most important and the most fundamental form of education, we need to find a way to ensure that there's inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to the Commission. Honorable Commissioner, next slide. So, we've read so much about the team's plan of the state government, and so I am interested in you telling us about the BOS strategy on technology-driven education. What are the policies and parameters government has put in place to allow these interventions?
Well, thank you very much. I wish I were the last speaker, because I really did want to hear from everybody before I make my own comments.
Okay.
But let me go into the BOS, what we call the BOS strategy on technology-driven education. I think we need to understand that in education, the issue is not about technology. The issue is the learning. And therefore, technology should not be at the forefront. It's important, but it's to enable learning. It's not supposed to be technology for technology's sake. And so we are very particular about that. Let me start from the primary schools. Let me start from the lockdown. You see, the lockdown showed us that we had not invested sufficiently in technology. Before then, we had been talking, we had been making plans, we had rolled out our BOS, PPP plan to collaborate with the public, a collaboration between the public and private sector. But then this thing hit us, and it showed that we had no time to be sitting and talking and making plans. We now had to move. So all the things that we were talking about, we had to just find ways in order to move forward. So starting from the primary level, what we agreed was that we would influence teaching and learning in the classroom. And so we entered into a collaboration with a partner, and we set up what we call the ECO-Excel program. The ECO-Excel program actually is a method by which the teachers teach in class using a tablet. Now, many people have confronted us and said we are not allowing the teachers' creativity and ingenuity to come forth. Yeah, I agree. I think I should halt while the deputy governor comes in. Welcome, sir. Mr. Deputy Governor, sir, you're welcome, sir. He can't hear me. Oh. Can I? Mr. Deputy Governor, sir. You're welcome, sir. Can you hear me, sir? All right. You're welcome, sir. We were talking about our technology solutions in Lagos State. And I was talking about the ECO-Excel program. Now, the ECO-Excel program, like we said, is across all our primary schools. About 450,000 children, with the teachers teaching with tablets. Like I said, we just had to do this because we knew that the quality of teachers coming out of our teacher training college, as alluded by speakers to the left and to the right, is such that we had to just improve their skills tremendously. Change teaching culture, let teachers be aware of multiple instructional strategies in the classroom. I know Adeye Shobo very well. I know how she would teach in class. I know what kind of strategies she would deploy. It's due to the quality of the training that she received. Nobody was born being an excellent teacher. And so we just knew that this was a way of changing the culture and the strategy of the classroom. it's not as if it's a permanent fixture. It will be a permanent fixture in Lagos. We hope that by the time they've done this for like 3 years, this will be a permanent change and shift in paradigm shift for our teachers, in which they'll be able to, understand how technology will help their teaching and their learning. So that started from the primary schools. For the secondary schools, of course, we were going to scale up when the lockdown happened. And with the lockdown, we knew again private schools were talking about going online. And I'd like to let you know that of the 15,000 schools that they put there, like they said, the number that were actually able to do teaching online can never be more than 300 to 400. So when we talk about it, know the schools you are talking about. The public schools where we have the same demographic as the low-cost primary schools, we knew that there was going to be serious problems. First of all, access to data. Secondly, access to devices. And so we had to come up with devices and data to ensure that we reach this population that just could not afford to pay for MTN and so on. And that was when we entered into collaboration again. And I like to keep on talking about these collaborations and partnerships where people started, where we had a company that donated devices for our students in secondary school. We gave them, especially children in underserved communities, secondary school underserved communities, and especially SS2 students. And so we were able to get between around 40,000 devices. We are hoping for 1 million. The reason why we want 1 million devices for secondary schools is because we want to include the low-cost secondary schools in the reckoning, not just for our own students, but accepting that all students in this state belong to us. I mean, when the WAEC results come out, nobody says public or private. They say Lagos State came 6th in Nigeria, and we are aiming for first position. And if you to come first, that means that all the children in the state belong to us, and we must ensure that they get the resources that they need. So that was how we went on again in secondary school, going beyond radios and so on, into ensuring that as many students as possible were able to access a plethora of technology-driven solutions. Some were low-level technology like radio and TV, but some were also middling, like we had students, teachers teaching on WhatsApp, teachers teaching on Telegram, teachers teaching on YouTube every day since March. And of course, we had the online platform where the students could access our curriculum and so on. So it's been a lot of initiatives that like Otto, I could go on and on, but let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Ma. Talking about all you do, it is also relevant we start amplifying what you do. People need to know about all the efforts of the government to ensure that education reaches to the grassroots. Okay, yeah, I want to appreciate our online community, all those who've connected through virtual, and there have been a few questions streaming in via virtual. So Jonathan is asking, how can we nudge the government of Jigawa to think like this about data-driven education? I'm in Jigawa State, but I love what you're doing in Lagos.
It's not a very politic question, shall I say. But I think commissioners meet. It's just that the pandemic has kind of kept us all confined to our various offices. I haven't been out of Lagos for nearly a year now. But we do meet and we exchange ideas. So hopefully the ideas will escalate and permeate to other states.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here we're looking at decisions. Data decisions, how data decisions impact every facet of education, from curriculum development to program evaluation. So now, next slide, run it. Next slide. Yes, so our focus will be on UTIVA, Mr. Eitayo Gumola. There's been a lot you're doing. Your platform is providing premium skills, learning platforms across the entire digital product lifecycle, data design development, and so on. Now, I want to ask, for smart education, smart education for smart cities, visual collaboration and interactions, is there any role you want, you think can be, democratized? Is there a point where we can democratize e-learning, not just on salient platforms, but just to ensure that everybody gets a bit of the educational knowledge?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Just to quickly give a background to what I do, UTIVA, we help young people to learn premium technology skills. And the reason we call them premium is because these technology skills are so much centered around the future of work. You know, the past is the past. The future is upon us. Lagos is an opportunity. 35 million people. Young people want to be in Lagos because it's a strategic opportunity for them to maximize economic value. And what that tells us is that if we invest a lot in helping young people to access learning, the value that we get is that organizations prosper. And when organizations are successful, you know, the economy becomes successful. And we need to understand this cycle, you know. Help a young person access quality education. When I say quality education, I mean quality technology education. Then, eventually what happens is that you have a lot of organizations that are looking to hire the smart, you know, brilliant young people. And we've done it in the tech ecosystem, for instance. You know, when I was growing up, when I just left the university, you know, most of us wanted to become doctors and all that, but nobody told me that I could make a lot of money by just sitting in a coffee shop. And it's every day of my life today, I'm just in a Ikeja Mall, in the coffee shop, you know, just on my system, you know, don't have to play with the traffic in Lagos, and I pretty much would make more money than those that sit down in traffic going to the bank. If that happens today, then that is going to be interesting in the next 10 years. You know, Lagos needs to understand this as a strategic opportunity. We can cut down a lot of waste if we invest in young people. So answering the question that you asked, I think that the strategy is to democratize it. You democratize it so much, and this might not be good on the business side because I'm an entrepreneur in the business side and I want to make money as an entrepreneur. But the value is that you democratize this so much that everyone gets access to it. When everyone gets access to something, it becomes a commodity that is no longer scarce. When the commodity is not scarce, then organizations can easily have access to them. And you're creating jobs. So today is still pretty much a challenge to get programmers. You know, you still pay programmers as much, and this is not good for business, because I know programmers are listening to me. You still pay programmers as much as 400,000 to write a program to build an app. When you democratize that opportunity, everybody becomes a programmer. It becomes a situation of India. We all become programmers. You know, the young girls that are leaving secondary school can write the code. You know, what happens is that if I cannot pay 400,000 to access a programmer, I can pay my 20,000, I still get one. Now, you can say, oh, it's not quality. Quality will now come in because there's competition. And that's what my organization stands for, you know, democratizing it. So, you know, data science should not be expensive to learn. And that's one of the things I advocate for in this industry. You should have 40,000 and learn data science. You know, we just got a partnership with National Youth Service Corps because we realize that corpers don't even have access to internet. So we are putting this content in flash drive. We're saying, get a flash drive, go and learn. You know, in the next 10 years, the value is that just think about it. A lot of young people know how to do these things. They've learned the skills, and these skills become cheap. Now, when these skills become cheap, it means we can compete globally. And for me, you know, I am not in the government, so I say, if you want to learn a skill to stay, learn the skill to stay. If you are not even staying, if you're not around, you are still of value to us. Because wherever you are, you're paying remittance. You have families here in Nigeria, we are still benefited. If you still travel, you're still value to us because you're proud of whatever you're doing. That is how we should be thinking about democratizing skill learning. But quickly, to connect it to data, we need to listen to the private sector. Because the private sector is the source of our data. So what we do is to try as much as possible to ensure that whatever learning program we are designing speaks to what the market wants. You know, so the private sector tells you they want this skill, you identify that skill, you democratize it as fast as possible. So, I mean, we can spend some time to read about the future of work statistics. The lifespan of a digital skill is just 2 years. So if today we are all around data analytics, In the next 2 years, it's going to be about cybersecurity, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and the world would never wait for Nigeria. So as the world is moving fast, we'd have to play the catch-up game. Yep. So that's pretty much the way I think about it.
Okay, thank you so much. Still coming back to you, you talked about performance management, for our organizations. And looking at what you're doing, not everybody is going to be a programmer. So how do we provide multimodal options, educational options, even when you have the internet as your platform of learning, but how do you ensure that these people are learning what they want to learn?
I think for adult education, it's quite easier, unlike the primary education. I give a lot of kudos to the guys in the primary education because it's a tough job to train a kid. For an adult, it's easier, but the toughness of the game is that you need to allow the private sector to do the teaching. And I do respect the academia because they bring the methodology, they bring the processes and the research. But when you allow the private sector to teach, you bring the practice and the applicability. So most of the people that train are folks that have succeeded in the private sector. So it is easy to accelerate the learning. You're not spending too much time delivering the theories. You're spending faster time, delivering the practice. And when you deliver the practice, it's also easy to evaluate because it is learn, you evaluate, then you recycle the learning. I don't know if that makes sense. So what we do is to attract trainers from the private sector. We have trainers that are training from, the top technology companies in Nigeria, and they want to do it. So when they train, they bring the organizational and practical experience to class, which is different from the children form of learning. As much as you want to make things practical for the children, you still have to deliver and make sure that you set the basis. But the way I think about technology, is technology is very critical, but it's not the essence of the entire, and that's why education is very different from financial technology. Education is about the pedagogy and the andragogy, the learning approach itself, as against the technology just helps you to drive the process. So I usually would say that we should all learn technology skills, not because we are going to become programmers, but because technology helps you to redefine and reconstruct the way you think about problems. And that's one of the, if you see the way younger people think about problem, it's faster in terms of delivering the solution. Because this generation is built on technology, and technology helps you to accelerate things. So I advocate that we should all be learning programming, not because we want to become programmers, but because those technology skills prepare you for the future, and the future is accelerated.
Thank you so much. So I'm moving straight to smart schools. Smart schools on my slide. Skip to smart schools. Smart schools. So I want to ask, this would be a general question, but I would ask you, Adeyeye, personally, to, we're looking at post-pandemic era and the emergence of technology-driven programs that will make way for future of education. Now, is there a spot where technological, hubs or smart institutions for teachers, and students to converge? Just like I gave an instance of what Noun is doing, you can take your exams, you're learning online, and then converge, take an exam, an entrance, get assessed, then get certified. Is there a space for hubs to operate? Is there a space for smart institutions that is not the local, particularly strategized institutions where you have an address to attend to every day of the week? Is there a space for smart schools?
Thank you. So I think the simple answer is yes. It's very clear. Like a couple of people have alluded to, technology is a tool that can be maximized, and the pandemic did that for us. I remember at TITN, for the longest time, for like 3 years, we've been trying to put together a mentoring session. It's like a speed mentoring session for educators. And then the pandemic happened, and a lot of virtual sessions started happening, and we realized, fantastic, this is an opportunity, so I don't need to get the Honorable Commissioner of Education to leave her office, if I need to speak with her, ask her to attend such an event, that someone who wants to get into policy. So yes, I think for me it's actually crucial at this point in time. There are a lot of people doing it now.
Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Kadri Hamzat, who will be giving a presentation. So please, let's return to the main hall. Please, let's round off all our sessions and return to the main hall. Ushers, please assist in ushering people back to the main hall for the program. Please go ahead and start ushering people back for the program. Thank you to all our moderators. Please, let's finish, let's round off, let's conclude all our sessions and return to the main hall.
So in conclusion, I want to hear, in just 30 seconds from everyone, what would be your call to action? What do you think is meant to be done as an intervention plan to bring education to everybody in the state?
So I think first and foremost, something Otto said is very critical. Who exactly do we want to be known for as a country or as a state? What exactly do we want our education sector to stand for? And then from there we can begin to feed that vision into curricula and into the sort of tools that we use, and even into determining how we source our data and then what we do with our data.
You can't hear me at all.
Thank you. The Honorable Commissioner, Ma.
Can you hear
Thank you very much.
Okay,
well, one thing is clear, that we have to
headsets.
bring in
If you can
every
hear me,
child.
please start returning to the main hall. Please start returning to the main hall, and please do not take away any of the headsets. Please, they will be returned. Ushers will go around to pick up all the headsets. We do have the Deputy Governor of Lagos State with us, and he will be giving a presentation shortly. Please, let's return to the main hall. By now, you must have exhausted everything. It's 2 minutes after the time.
Okay, thank you for...
2 minutes after the given time. So please, let's return to the main hall. It's now 2:52, and we will be starting at exactly 2:55. So please, you can use the next 3 minutes to get back to your seats. Use the next 3 minutes to return your devices. Use the next 3 minutes to use the
All right, thank you everyone for listening. It's been a wonderful time
return to the hall. We do have the Deputy Governor with us,
our
and we
guests.
want to bring
So I
AOT
appreciate
Lagos
everyone,
2.0
and
to a close.
let's just
but
keep
we can't do that if
driving
we're not
smart
here with
solutions
us
to
in
amplify
the main
smarter
hall.
communities,
And thank you to
especially here in
moderators,
Lagos.
and
Thank you
I
for
can
listening,
see
and
our
do have a
panelists
wonderful afternoon.
on stage. Please, we do have to conclude. We can take our pictures, and we'll prepare the stage.
You need to conclude this.
Mike first. I'm coming. Mike.
Please, let's begin to return to the main hall. Thank you to all our moderators, all our speakers. AOT Lagos 2.0 will soon be coming to an end, so please, let's all take our seats. We do have with us a very special guest in our midst, and we would love to hear everything he has to say to us. So please, let's return to the main hall. Ushers, please, you can also receive the headsets. We won't be needing the headsets for the next presentation. And please, please, please do not take the headsets with you. Please return them to the ushers. While you're still seated, please feel free to interact with us on social media. Let's have your questions, your comments, your feedback. And you can do that by posting on any of the social media platforms. All you have to do is just use the appropriate hashtags, which are hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, and hashtag Smarter Lagos. Please return to your seats. We've been very generous with time. I believe it was 1:33 or so, and now it is 1:56. So please, let's return to our seats, and we can have our presentation. We appreciate all our speakers, our moderators, and our virtual viewers. Thank you so much for being a part of the breakout sessions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we'd like to return back to the main hall. Please, we have less than 3 minutes to do this. So let's kindly return to the main hall.
And everyone for the Ideathon, Collaborate Lagos, please move to the room out to my left. Please move to the room out immediately to the left. That's where the Ideathon Collaborate Lagos will be taking place. And please, our judges, you can also make your way. Our competitors, please, the Ideathon will start running now. But everybody else, please return to the main hall.
So let's make the announcement again. Distinguished guests, of course, each and every one, please kindly make it back to the main hall, please. We have less than 2 minutes now, 2 minutes to go. And for all who are set to engage in Collaborate Lagos Ideathon, please make your way to the hall on the left. That is outside the main hall, the hall to the left. Yes, that hall right there to the left. But please, for the rest of us, let's find our seats.
And I can see some of us sanitizing. Yes, let's continue to observe all the COVID-19 protocols, masks on, sanitizer, and also observing social distancing. Everyone's sitting on the pre-arranged seats, and even during the networking, still observe social distancing.
We can still find or see some people at the lobby. Please come into the hall. Please, we do not want people at the lobby, except you're taking part at the Ideathon.
And the ushers will direct you. If you are a competitor or a judge, please make your way to the room immediately once you exit the hall to the left. That's where Collaborate Lagos, the Ideathon of AOT Lagos 2.0, will be taking place. And some ushers are going around to collect the headsets. Please return the headsets. Do not take them with you, and you will not be needing them for the next presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 more minute to go. Once again, please come into the main hall and take your seats.
I beg your pardon, the Ideathon is now in the healthcare room, second breakout room on the right. Ideathon, Collaborate Lagos, is now in the healthcare room, which is the second breakout room on the right. Second breakout room on the right.
We have 30 more seconds, or 30 seconds to go.
Ushers, please ensure nobody is milling around, nobody's standing. Everyone needs to be seated or move to where the Ideathon is happening. It's been a long 2 days, but we're at the very end, and we've really enjoyed your feedback, your engagement, your collaboration in indeed making Lagos a smarter city. Do we test the energy in the room?
It's looking good, no doubt, as we get set for what is coming next. So, quick announcement for the Ideathon. The second room to the left, that's the second hall to the left as soon as you exit the main hall. The second hall to the left as soon as you exit the main hall. So we're calling on all the judges.
It's actually on the right.
On the right, I beg your pardon.
Yes, second breakout room on the right, and that's where the healthcare panel discussion took place.
Okay, so our time is up. I would want to welcome you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you did enjoy the breakout sessions, please let's put our hands together for all the panelists and all who took part in it. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate this. So let's see if we're really revved up and ready to go for what's coming next. Smart data. We are not ready. Oh, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No. Smart data.
Smarter Lagos.
That's more like it. Please put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
So yesterday, we were supposed to have the Deputy Governor of Lagos State with us, but unfortunately, he could not make it. But because technology is something that he's so passionate about, when you hear him speak, you will be convinced. The erudites, the academic, the industrious, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Kadri Hamzat. Please put your hands together for him.
Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
He will be speaking on global cybercrime and data protection, building a smart Lagos in the face of security breaches. I think the applause can keep coming till he makes his way to the stage.
Thank you very, very much. Please sit down. Thank you very much. So, you know, our MCs just said smart data. So it wouldn't be smart for me to stand behind this podium. You know, I should just be, I was wondering why they didn't wire me up so I can just talk and be free instead of being confined to this wooden podium. But let me say good afternoon to everybody, the Honorary Commissioner for Agriculture, the Honorary Commissioner for Health, our incident commander on COVID. Can we please give him a round of applause? The Honorary Commissioner for Energy, our very smart special advisor on innovation and technology, the country manager for Microsoft, the Honorary Commissioner for Education, Honorary Commissioner for Transportation. The mask, I couldn't see you very well. This man must be very popular to get all of you in one room. And distinguished participants, I want to thank everybody here that's present. So basically, because I'm confined to, so I have a speech, but I don't think it makes sense for me to actually look at that speech because I listened to this panel on education. And I think that it's important for us to understand the essence of data. So there is a research that shows clearly that any institution, company, organization, NGO, whatever, that loses its data, the possibility is that that company will fold up a year or so after. So if you lose your data, because today we all know that data is the new currency. You know, just going back to the year 2000, when we have this Y2K, I'm sure some people in this room can remember. Nigerians in diaspora were making more money per hour than the barrel of oil. Let me say this again. In the year 2000, Nigerians in the UK, in the US, that understands IT, they were making more money than a barrel of petroleum that Nigeria holds very dear. So what does that tell us? It tells us that the most important asset that we have as a people is not petroleum. That's why it hasn't gotten us to anywhere. It's ourselves as a people and how we build ourselves together. In terms of data, think about it. They said that because of cloud computing, by the year 2025, we will have about 200 zettabytes, whatever that means. 200 zettabytes. Now, let's put it into context. All the books ever written since civilization, and you know there's been many books, all the journals, whatever, everything that we've seen in universities, all those great universities around the world, all of them, if you put it together, it's not up to 1 zettabyte. All those information. So with IT and with what is going on, you now have 200 zettabytes. That's about 200 times what has ever happened since civilization in terms of books and whatever. So what that means is that the future of humanity will be determined by data. And therefore, I want to respond to the gentleman that spoke about democratizing. I don't know if he's still here. Utiva, right? Yeah, he spoke about democratizing these things. Now, I'm not really worried about it. You know why? We saw, if you go to Makoko today, Makoko, and I'm sure a lot of people here knows Makoko, we have young children, 10, 11, 12, that are coding. Today. So because, you know, and that's why he said he must give credit to those that teach at the primary level, because it's easier to teach the adults. But if that foundation is not that great, by the time they become adult, it will be weak. So the foundation of primary school is extremely important. That's why the Honorable Commissioner said that we are attempting to digitize our education and to make sure that our children can do a lot better. And what is the state also doing? So the state realized the need for broadband. So a lot of people have said when you deepen broadband penetration anywhere in any society, that the GDP increases by a certain percentage. Some say 4, some say 6, whatever it is. I think it depends on various other things. That's why it varies from country to another. So if the infrastructure, roads, and the rest is great, it goes up by 6%, and if it's not that great, it's about 4%. But the conclusion is that it doesn't matter your status. If you increase the penetration of data or bandwidth, you do very well. So what Lagos State then decided to do is to make sure that we can have internet in all our institutions, primary schools, secondary schools, hospitals, offices. Now, in our environment, remember, it's a challenge. Because what happens before or today is that the telcos do that. And how do they do that? So they get approval to say, I want to dig. And you see people digging and then they lay. But the dilemma is that when company A digs, because they don't want to share, company B will also go and dig. Company C will also go and dig. So what that does for us is it sometimes destroys some of our infrastructure. So we build a road, or because it's broadband is good, it's okay for us to have it, but now destroying the other infrastructure or busting water pipes in itself is a challenge. So what Lagos State decided to then do is let's own that infrastructure. Let's build a 3,000 kilometer metropolitan fiber network. So what that means is we have, those pipes, and I'm sure everybody has seen it, those across the state, the red, blue, whatever, green, and so on, all over the place. What that does is that each of those ducts can actually carry 3 trends. So which is 3 times 6, 18. So which means technically 18 companies can coexist in those things. And you don't need to dig. All you need to do is to remove the manhole, push your own cable, and that's it. You are good to go. But what it does for us is that we are reserving one of those ducts for Lagos State. So which allows us to go to any of our institutions across the state. So as they are doing those red-green cable that you see, they are actually dropping it in front of our schools, whether primary, secondary, so that it makes it easier for us to do. So because I was taking notes when our moderator was doing the education, so I intend to then respond to some of the issues that came up. So again, the gentleman also spoke about allowing private sector to teach. I think he said something like that because they treat practical. So that's correct. I think it's good. However, we all go to school not just to learn institutional knowledge. We also go to school to relate with each other. And that's why that cliche then that, you went through school, the school did not pass through you or something like that. So you will notice that institutions around the world, the best of them anywhere in the world, you notice that they will have a combination of both. Because, listen, in today's world, what are you teaching somebody a BSc that is not on the internet? Absolutely not. I was talking to a professor of mechanical engineering in MIT, and he told me that a young boy, well, he said a young boy, but it's actually a 19-year-old guy that's now a final year student. And every year, this professor said, he will always give out for the final year project, one constant project. It's a ball, a round ball. You apply pressure to that ball. How do you distribute the pressure as you increase it? Strength of materials. And that he wants to see how the students will think about that. Some of us have done projects here, we know. So it's supposed to be a whole year. But the young boy finished in 2 weeks. So he said he met him while climbing up, going to a classroom, and the young boy said, Prof, I'm done. He said, you are done with what? The boy said, I'm finished with my project. He said, and then this is a professor of mechanical engineering. The man is 63 when he was telling me, that was 2 years ago, so he'll be 65 now. He's been lecturing, he got his PhD when he was 29. So he's been lecturing for close to 40 years or 30, whatever that is. And he said that the young man was teaching him how he was able to do that. What is it? Because the boy was able to understand modeling. And he learned it on the internet. It's there. So the reality today is that education must change from just instruction. It's ability to allow people to actually know where to find information. Because today, it's out there. Whatever you want to learn today is on the internet. For a BSc, maybe a PhD, I don't know. But the reality is, therefore, education in a structured environment, like I said, it's not just teaching people just the practicals. It's also letting them understand the complexities of the world. And what happens that whatever decision you take doesn't happen in a vacuum. So, today we have good doctors. They are well educated, very good doctors, but a lot of them cannot set up a practice because they don't understand business. They are good doctors, they can do injection, they can do also, they can prescribe. But when people come into that system, when people do all these things, you must also manage that business because you must pay your bills. You must pay your staff. So the essence of a structured institution is that it allows you to understand that outside of your own course, there are other things going on. And that's why you have electives, you have these in various areas. And as such, I think we must still retain that structure. So in terms of data security, some of the things that are out there, it's what's called the deep fakes, for example, where with artificial intelligence, people can actually change what I'm saying or push out what I didn't say. And I'm standing here and my mouth will just be talking and it's not what I'm saying. So one of the challenges for us today is how do you fight that? How do you prevent people? So when they say today that in the US that some people want to influence election, it's real. Because you can actually use artificial intelligence using deepfake or synthetic identities to actually create images of people saying things. So the challenge is how, as the data grows in leaps and bounds, I just mentioned the fact that it's going to get to 200 zettabytes, whatever it is. Now, how do we manage that information? As we speak, a lot of banks, a lot of institutions are spending an enormous amount of money to protect that data. Because if we don't, there are bad guys out there. So one of the big challenge for the IT industry is that security. So basically, we must also, one of the important things is we must provide certifications. We must, so as we teach or as we democratize education, it's important for us to actually do certifications so that's why the likes of Microsoft does that, like of Cisco does that. What it does is it allows a platform for people to check and be able to decide what is important and what is not important. So basically based on that, so for example, I think we gave out like 60 million or so for research and those type of things yesterday for young people that are out there very smart, doing all sorts of research to make sure that we protect data for startups and all sorts of things. And also we launched the Lagos, startuplagos.net, that allows everybody that has this idea, you can put it in there. What that does is that it allows investors, people that want to check entrepreneurs, to see what you are doing. Because like we said today, the world is a global village. So the truth is, people come up with ideas and they will tell us that, oh, I don't want to leave it because I don't want people to steal my idea. And I say, my friend, the truth is there are probably 40 other people thinking about the same thing. So the reality is just liberalize it, leave it out there. Let's work on it and then nobody will choose. So it is the superiority of your implementation that we do basically that. So basically, the challenge for us is how to make sure that fakes are not out there taking over our data. How do we protect the integrity of our data? And how do we continue to expand? And for state governments, the biggest challenge is we don't get measured, especially in the developing countries like Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the rest. IT is also expensive. So a government must then balance between the hardcore infrastructure and then data management and the rest. So it's not like a private sector that has, doesn't have those type of challenges. So the reality is that, well, that market woman, that driver out there doesn't understand virus. I don't mean the professor virus of COVID-19. I mean our own IT virus. You understand? So when you spend money to buy antivirus, to buy these, you have to really look at it as to how do you explain it to the populace that is not tech savvy. Because we have different categories of people. And there will be some that will hold you on, there will be some. So for government in this part of the world, those are some of the challenges that we do. So basically, like I said, I don't want to look at a speech that's provided. And so I hope I've contributed to the discussion. I want to thank everybody for coming, and I hope that you've enjoyed yourself. Thank you very much.
warm round of applause.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep clapping. Thank you very much.
We've come to the end of Art of Technology Lagos 2.0, but I know the Ideathon Collaborate Lagos is still going on and could be going on for quite a number of hours given the number of entries that we received. But for all of you who have joined us here physically and virtually, we'll be bringing this yearly conference to an end. And to do that, it gives me great pleasure to welcome the convener to the stage. Please put your hands together for the Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Innovation and Technology, Mr. Tubosun Alake. I think we could do better than that. A warm round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening, Lagos. Just so that I know that we've been here throughout. Smart data. Thank you very much. I hope we've learned quite a bit from the past 2 days. We've given you a number of insights on what Lagos State is doing. We've painted a picture of what the future might and possibly in many cases will look like, right? From our fiber infrastructure project, as the Deputy Governor mentioned, 3,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable, and that's just the first phase. The second phase, another 3,000, so 6,000 in total. Now imagine all our primary, secondary, tertiary institutions with high-speed internet. What do you think that will do to learning? Right? So me, I'm thinking it's unfair because when I was in school, I didn't have that. So imagine the kids that are coming up today, the wealth of information that would be available to them. What things do you think they will come up with in the next 10 to 15 years? You know, I would leave that to your imagination. And so projects like that, you begin to see what is going to happen in Lagos over the next decade. And I'm telling you, the sky is no more the limit as we've pushed the boundaries of that. From the fiber infrastructure project, we go to things like the Eco 360 initiative as part of our Open Lagos project. You saw earlier in our presentation that we are digitizing millions of data sets, right? From land records that have been available since 1860. Imagine opening a file and looking back at all the data of that particular plot of land from 1860. Isn't that amazing? And everything will be available digitally. Projects like our Eco 360 project and our Open Lagos initiative would also have public-facing platforms for citizens as yourselves, innovators, technologists, to be able to build better products for the city. Because we all know that once you have data, you are building a better informed product. So that's on the data side. Then our open source project for software developers in here. We had said that go to ecoOpenSource.com, drop your email there so that when the open source project does kick off, you are ready, your code is ready, you are ready to contribute and be incentivized to build wonderful products for Lagos. Let me also add that for the software developers here, the open source platform, there will be rankings. So the more code you contribute to, I mean, for as many people that contribute and put their code on GitHub, for instance, at the Lagos Open Source Project, the more code you contribute to, the higher your ranking. And that could be a magnet for companies to look at you and say, wow, this is somebody that has contributed a lot of code. This person is an expert. I will hire him. So the open source project, we are not just democratizing software development in Lagos, but we're also creating a platform for companies to hire high-level programming experts, right? And by doing that, we are raising the software development capacity in Lagos State. So I think that is very exciting. That is extremely exciting for us. And of course, we've heard a ton about EcoExcel and the digital devices that we are including or that we are introducing into the learning experience, both for teachers and students. And we've seen some of the results. Earlier literacy rates among kids. As the Commissioner of Education mentioned in the education section here, we are looking to introduce 1 million devices, 1 million smart devices into schools. I think, you know, for some reason I'm thinking, why am I not a child now? You know, the wealth of information and the wealth of experience that I could have benefiting from all these interventions, I mean, it's just so amazing. I can't wait for what kids 5 years from now, 10 years from now, start to come up with. And, you know, we are doing all this investment because, as the Deputy Governor said, we, the people, are the most important resource. And that is what Lagos State is all about, putting people at the center of development. Now, so many other projects that we are also doing in Lagos State. We heard about, of course, the open source. Remember, put your email there for software developers that are here so that you get the message immediately. The platform is ready for you to start contributing code. We have so many other projects. Our enterprise geographic information system that it will make land administration much more seamless, much more easy. When you want to purchase a plot of land in Lagos, that process will be streamlined. So watch out for all of these things that are coming up. So I want to thank everybody for your time, for the time that you've made out, for some of the events that you've participated, the sessions. I hope we learned quite a bit. If you are looking to submit an innovation, or if you have a particular product or a service that you think is innovative and can contribute to the growth of the smart city, please drop your proposals at lagossolutionsHub.com. I'll repeat that website, lagossolutionsHub.com. with an S, hub.com. And within 48 hours, you will get a response. We are also measuring ourselves. That is a KPI for us, that everybody that drops a proposal gets responded to within 48 hours. That is our own KPI. Please, if that KPI is not met, send me an email. So with these and all the other things that we are doing in Lagos, I want to say thank you to all our collaborators. Thank you to Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, for helping to lead by putting this event together. Thank you for all of our partners. Eco Innovation Center, one of our premier partners in the innovation space. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and all our partners there. All our private sector partners, all our government agencies, the wonderful commissioners that are here, Commissioner for Agriculture, Commissioner for Energy, Commissioner for Education, Commissioner for Transport. Commissioner for Health, yes, our COVID-19 incident Deputy Commander. I'm sure we are all familiar with his face, because during COVID-19 lockdown, you were seeing him on TV and in interviews quite a bit. And they do also have a very robust One Health program, the electronic health management system that they are also building. Please look out for that as well. And I also want to thank all our other partners, from the IFC to Y Combinator, Michael Sibyl, that spoke yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've run out of thanks. I want to thank all of you as well. Thank you very much. Do have a wonderful time, and see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you as well to all our virtual viewers, everyone who joined in virtually. I'm sure maybe by next year, technology would have solved the problem of COVID-19, and we'll be able to have a packed hall and we can all come here for a physical event. But thank you for joining in to all the sessions. I mean, I've learned a lot during the past 2 days.
Same here, same here. Especially the launch of, that we're waiting for, by the way, first quarter of 2021, where we'll see completely. You have the data analysis of when they displayed it here, the market, you want to know where to go to, and so on and so forth, businesses. I'm just saying it So
I mean,
that
for
those
a
who
media
missed
entrepreneur,
will get it then
anybody
right.
that will give you money for advertising wants to see your data. They want
Sure,
to know how
sure.
many people are listening, what's the demographic of your listeners or your viewers. So data is key. Data really is the bedrock, the foundation of a smarter Lagos. And for me, I've just always been so impressed by the Lagos state government when it comes to putting their money where their mouth is, because people in academia might not be able to make as much money as people in the media, in music, entertainment, and sports, but here they're receiving 5 million naira, 3 million naira, 1.5 million naira, 2.5 million naira to solve problems in STEM, in education, in research, innovation, science. I think the Lagos state government deserves a warm round of applause. Throughout this year, they fulfilled a promise made on this same stage about funding, research, and innovation. So yes, that's one of the big things I'm taking away, that if I do decide to go into this tech thing, I'm sure I'll find money from the Lagos state government.
You're already in it. By the way, we also want to say thank you to all the participants. Also, a big thank you to all the panelists. It was indeed very interesting to hear you speak and give us insights as well into the things that we thought we knew. So hearing it all over again, especially how it was broken down. We heard education, we heard health, transport. We also took note of technology yesterday, which was very, very incisive. But we also want to say a big thank you to some of our sponsors and also our partners.
Stanbic IBTC Bank, Access Bank, Oracle. These are our corporate sponsors. A warm round of applause for our corporate sponsors.
We also want to say thank you to our corporate partners, LSETF, IFC, Eco Innovation Center, Microsoft, Y Combinator, Lagos Innovate, Facebook, not forgetting Eco Carbon Exchange, Office of Innovation and Technology, Verify Me, and not forgetting as well GDM Group.
Yes, and our media partners, thank you for the coverage. It's been all over. I asked someone today, I said, how did you find out about AOT Lagos? I said, it's everywhere. So big thank you to Marketing Edge, Business Day, Brand Communicator, News Central, TechEconomy.ng, and Digivation. A warm round of applause for our media partners.
And like I told Isabella, we're not going to leave this stage if we also do not thank Mr. Victor Benga Afolabi. He's been running up and down and he's not here, so I'm sure now that we're mentioning his name, he will surely hear us. He's the conference creator, founder, Eco Innovations Hub, CEO, Hazen Holdings. Please, let's put our hands together for him as well. He's not here, he's running up and down still, and we truly appreciate him as well.
Yes, and I believe that brings our thank yous to an end. It's been my absolute pleasure hosting you. I'm Isabella Akinsheye.
And my name is Joe Hansen. And you can find on what's your Instagram handle?
Yes, I mean, it's tech after all, so it's at Isabella Akinsheye for now.
All right, so you can find me at I am Joe Hansen for now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a bow by saying thank you. And please, if you're driving back home, please drive safely. Good night.
See you at AOT Lagos 3.0.